Chapter 5:28. Thank you for your guidance. In the courtyard, Li Kaitong saluted Chu Mu with a face full of admiration. Chu Mu nodded and waved his hand. Li Kaitong turned around and left reluctantly. It had been 10 days since he arrived at the Li family. Chu Mu had used the sword intent pill and increased his sword intent to 50%. Now, it had broken through to 51%, making it even more powerful. As for the soul cleansing pill, Chu Mu had also used it. The original 20% of the water and fire profound had increased to 30%. Also, Chu Mu had successfully found the matching point and completed the initial fusion. Next, he would need to spend more time to understand and achieve a balance through the matching point. Then he would be able to completely fuse the water and fire profound together and explode with unparalleled power. Other than his own training, the Li family had also sent Li Kaitong over to receive guidance from Chu Mu. Now that Chu Mu had reached the origin realm, he had set his sights higher. It was easy for him to guide a Chi-Hai sword artist. Especially when it came to sword skills, he had pointed out the flaws in Li Caitong's sword skills and improved them. Senior Chu really is amazing. My current swordsmanship is at least twice as powerful as it was 10 days ago. Even Li Kaitao is no match for me. Li Kaitong thought to herself as she left Bishan courtyard. She couldn't help but feel a burst of joy and excitement. In just 10 days, the power of her sword skills had doubled. This was something unimaginable in the past. Jenner, quickly wake up. Li Mingxin hurriedly stuffed a medicinal pill into the mouth of a youth. After circulating his qi to dissolve the medicinal effects, he anxiously stared at the youth on the chair and anxiously shouted. The young man's face was similar to Li Mingxin's. At this moment, his robe was torn and stained with blood. His face was pale, and he looked like he was on the verge of death. After a while, the pill dissolved. The young man's eyelids trembled, and he opened his eyes. Li Mingxin was immediately overjoyed. The 4 elders and a few attendants were also overjoyed. As a declining family, the Li family had a unique trait: unity. Li Zhen was also a genius of the clan. His talent was above that of Li Kaitao and Li Kaitong. Naturally, they didn't want anything to happen to him. At this moment, a burst of noise came from outside, followed by a blood-curdling scream, followed by a series of footsteps, causing the faces of everyone in the hall to change greatly. What's going on? The second elder's complexion changed as he shouted. The Li clan is really impressive. A light laugh was heard. Then 2 figures walked over. The leader was a white-clothed youth. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and he was extremely handsome. His skin was as white as mutton fat, and he could make thousands of women scream. His left hand held a folding fan with 10 beauties drawn on it, and he gently waved it. There was an indescribable elegance about him, and behind him was a middle-aged man. That middle-aged man was dressed like a sword guard. His face was expressionless like a rock, but his eyes were shining with a sharp light. His body emitted an intense aura that was extremely sharp, cutting through the surrounding air, causing people's hearts to tremble. May I ask who you are? When Li Mingxin and the others saw the middle-aged sword guard, their faces suddenly changed. They cupped their hands towards the white-clothed youth and asked in a respectful manner, My surname is Long. You can call me Third Young Master. The white-robed young man spoke, frankly with assurance. His gaze swept across the faces of the Li clan members and finally landed on Li Zhen. Li Zhen looked at the white-robed young man with eyes filled with anger. Third Young Master Long smiled and said, You are really lucky you actually didn't die. Third Young Master Long. The Li clan members all gasped. They had been in the Jinsha region for more than 20 years. How could they not know about the Long clan? The largest clan in the Jinsha region was the Shinta clan, followed by the Fan clan and then the Long clan. Don't underestimate the Long clan. In the entire Jinsha region, there were more than 100 clans. To be able to be ranked third meant that they were extremely powerful. The Long clan was a powerful clan that had existed for more than 1,000 years. It was said that there were at least 10 Origin Realm warriors in the clan. Although the Li clan was now at the bottom of the list of clans in the Jinsha region, they were once prosperous in the Pingyang region. They also had many Origin Realm warriors in the clan. They knew that the so-called at least 10 was just an imaginary number. The fake news that was leaked to the outside world said that there were at least 20 or even more. The difference between the Li clan and the Long clan was like the difference between a Qi transformation realm swordsman and an Origin realm swordsman. There was no comparison. If the Long clan was willing, they only needed to send out one Origin realm swordsman, and it would be enough to slaughter the entire Li clan. They were also aware of the various rumors regarding the third young master of the Long family. He was a talented swordsman who was 25 years old this year and had obtained the title of Sword Hero 3 years ago. He was very powerful and had astonishing talent. The middle-aged swordsman beside him was a 9th Revolution Realm 8th Revolution swordsman who was stronger than anyone in the Li family. Third young master's visit brings light to the Li clan. Li Mingxin quickly said, "It is indeed the Li clan's honor for me to come here personally. However, there is an even greater honor waiting for your Li clan." The third young master Long closed his fan. A mysterious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, which made the Li family members feel that something was wrong. The third young master Long's face turned cold. He pointed at Li Zhan and shouted, "This lowly bastard dared to offend me on the street. He tried to kill me. But he didn't know that he was stupid. He was as insignificant as an ant. He was sent flying by my sword, but he didn't die. It's good that he didn't die. He was lucky to be alive. Remember my kindness. Now I'll give you 2 choices." The third young master Long opened his fan again and waved it. "First, the Li clan will be annihilated. I don't think you will choose this. Second," Li Mingxin's face turned gloomy. "Second, very simple. Give me a satisfactory compensation." The third young master Long said, "I wonder how the third young master wants the Li clan to compensate?" Li Mingxin said. He felt very sullen. This was the result of being weaker than others. He was prepared to agree as long as the compensation wasn't too big. Not much. Just 10,000 spirit stones. The third young master Long chuckled. Li Mingxin and the others subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. 10,000 spirit stones was indeed not much. They didn't notice that the third young master Long said spirit stones and didn't mention the grade of spirit stones. "As for the grade, I don't think you can take out king grade spirit stones, so I'll take out supreme grade spirit stones. 10,000 supreme grade spirit stones. What do you think?" "I'm kind enough," third young master Long said. 10,000 spirit stones. The Li clan's eyes widened and exclaimed. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones were equivalent to 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. With the Li family's current situation, they might be able to gather 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, even if they sold everything they had. The result would be that the Li family would completely decline. They wouldn't even have the money to eat, let alone cultivate. "Third young master, we can't take out 10,000 spirit stones." An elder exclaimed, "Can't take it out? Then let's annihilate your clan." The third young master Long sneered. He waved his hand and said to the middle-aged sword guard behind him, "Long Jiu, kill without mercy." Yes, the middle-aged sword guard's voice was extremely cold and murderous. He unsheathed his sword, and the sword chi was extremely sharp. The sword will wantonly cut the air into pieces. It made people feel like they were being executed by 1,000 cuts. The Li clan's faces changed drastically, and they all unsheathed their swords. The murderous intent filled the entire Li clan's mansion. Everyone in the Li clan was shrouded in the murderous intent. Those with weaker cultivation were directly paralyzed and foamed at the mouth. He had the strength of a 9th transformation realm, 8 transformation realm, and was from a large family like the Long family. He was extremely powerful and was not someone the Li family could compare to. Even if Li Mingxin and the other 9th transformation realm swordsmen joined forces, they would not be his match. In an instant, the middle-aged sword guard slashed with his sword. This slash was like splitting a mountain. The tables and chairs in the hall were all shattered. The ground cracked. The Li clan's black hair danced wildly. They only felt that their bodies were about to be split open. There was no way to block it. The power of this slash was too strong. There was no way to block it at all. But the Li clan wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. One by one, they slashed with their sword and used their sword techniques to resist. With a loud bang, the hall was shattered. The broken walls fell and countless cracks appeared on the ground. The Li clan's people were all sent flying, vomiting blood. On the other hand, Long Jio's body only shook slightly. He wasn't hurt at all. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Long Jio was at least 2 transformation realm higher than the Li clan's people. In terms of sword will and esoteric meaning, he was also much better than the Li clan's people. Moreover, the grade of his sword technique was higher. Under the combination of the 3, the quality of the sword he used was better. It wasn't surprising that he could injure the Li clan's people. Kill! With a fierce shout, Long Jiu slashed with his sword again. The huge sword light seemed like it could split a mountain and slash towards the Li clan's people in the hall. How dare you! A thunderous roar sounded. Following that, a figure seemed to appear out of thin air. He flew over and slashed with his sword. Immediately, the mountain-splitting sword light was countered. With another slash, Long Jio was pushed back. He groaned as blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. There was a sword wound on his chest. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in my clan? After repelling Dragon 9 with one sword strike, a figure appeared. It was an old man who looked to be in his 60s. His body was strong and powerful, and his hair was angry. His aura was threatening. Peak of Transformation Realm. Long Jio wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at the old man. Who are you? Third young Master Long's eyes flashed with a trace of fear. Li Clan's Grand Elder, Li Tianhe. The old man said, Li Clan's Grand Elder. Very well, wait for me. I will be back. Third young Master, Long, said with a trace of anger in his voice. He snorted and turned to leave. Just as Li Tianhe was about to stop him, Li Ming Xian quickly stopped him. Grand Elder, we are in trouble. Third Elder wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sighed. What trouble? Li Tianhe just came out of seclusion and did not understand the situation. First Elder, it's like this. Li Mingxin explained everything that had happened to Li Tianhe. Li Tianhe frowned as he listened. He immediately understood that the Li family had caused a huge disaster. If things went wrong, they might even be in danger of being exterminated. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 5:29. It seems like the Li family is in trouble. In the courtyard, Chu Mu, who was sitting in a pavilion, opened his eyes and said to himself. He then closed his eyes again to comprehend the sword intent. Whether the Li family was in trouble or not didn't make much of a difference to Chu Mu. If there was no trouble, he would stay here for a while. If there was trouble, he would help solve it. If there was trouble that he couldn't solve, he would just ignore it and try to preserve some of the Li family's bloodline. This was equivalent to repaying Li Daoyuan for giving him the meteor sword energy. At this moment, the Li family was cleaning up the ruins of the hall. It had to be rebuilt, which would cost a lot of money. The head of the Li family and the elders were discussing how to get through this difficult time. The Long family's power was undeniable. Even the Li family from 1,000 years ago was not much weaker than the Long family. The current Li family was not worth mentioning at all. The third young master of the Long family had always had a bad reputation in the Jinsha County. His strength was not weak either, so he was valued by the Long family. As a result, the Li family was in danger and could be exterminated. "Oh, right, head elder. Why did you suddenly come out?" The second elder asked other questions since the discussion was fruitless. "I didn't have a suitable martial art, so I couldn't condense sword energy into sword energy. That's why I came out. I didn't expect to encounter something like this. Sai, the Li family is really full of troubles." Li Tianhe's face was gloomy. Originally, he had planned to find a suitable martial art to condense the sword origin and break through to the origin realm. He did not expect to encounter something like this the moment he came out. He had no choice but to use his sword chi. Now, even if he found a suitable martial art, he would not be able to break through unless he had a 9 transformation pill. A suitable martial art had to be at least an earth-level martial art. The Li family didn't even have an earth-level upper-level martial art. Li Mingxin and the others heard this and became depressed. The only person in the family who could reach the origin realm in a short period of time, the head elder, had lost his chance. Was the Li family destined to disappear? No, we still have a chance. Maybe. Li Mingxin seemed to have thought of something as his eyes lit up. When the other elders saw Li Mingxin's expression, they looked at each other. Then they thought of something and smiled. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from outside. From now on, the Li family will no longer exist in Jinsha County. A cold voice rang out, causing the expressions of Li Mingxin and the others to change drastically. They all turned their heads to look and saw 3 figures walking over. 2 of them were very familiar. Third young Master Long and sword guard Long Jiu. In addition, there was also a black-robed old man. This old man looked to be in his 50s or 60s. His face was skinny and full of wrinkles, but his eyes were very black. Anyone who was stared at by him would feel a chill from the bottom of their heart, and their whole body would involuntarily tremble. The black-robed elder was expressionless. With his hands behind his back, he followed behind third young Master Long. He did not put the Li family in his eyes at all. "Third young master, we are willing to pay 10,000 top-level spirit stones as compensation. We hope that third young master won't be so magnanimous and won't argue with a small family like ours." Li Mingxin lowered his status and bowed humbly. As the head of the family, he had to consider the survival of the entire family. The Li family is indeed a small family. "In my eyes, you are like ants, but you have angered me," third young Master Long said angrily. Third young Master Long said angrily. Then his tone changed. "You want to settle the matter peacefully, right? Fine, I'll give you a chance. Take out 100,000 top-grade spirit stones and kill yourself here. Then I'll let this matter go like a fart. Otherwise, the Holy Family will be wiped out. 100,000 top-level spirit stones." The lips of the Li family members trembled. Even if they sold all the Li family members, they would not be able to gather so many spirit stones. "You want me to kill myself here?" Li Tianhe's face was cold. "Third young master wants 100,000 top-level spirit stones and an ant like you to kill yourself here. It is already very kind of him. If I attack, you will all become ghosts under my sword." The black-robed elder behind the third young master suddenly took a step forward and spoke in a gloomy voice. His voice was like a fingernail scratching against glass, and it produced waves of incomparably ear-piercing screeches. Moreover, it gave off an enormous aura that was incomparably fierce as it charged towards the Li family members. This aura was too powerful, and the members of the Li family were unable to resist it. Their bodies swayed and their faces turned red. Then they fell to the ground and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces quickly turned pale, and a touch of gray appeared. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Li Tianhe's body was on the verge of collapse. He looked at the black-robed elder in horror. His throat was extremely dry. Origin realm. Origin realm, it's good that you know. I have never liked to attack, but if I do, I will kill you. The black-robed elder said this cruel fact with a gloomy voice. It was as if he was announcing the death penalty of the Li family. At this moment, the head of the Li family was extremely uncomfortable. Under such circumstances, they had no way of notifying Chu-Mu. Of course, they also had their own thoughts. Chu-Mu was only one person, while the Long family was so powerful. Perhaps Chu-Mu would not offend the powerful Long family for the sake of a small family like the Li family. That would not be a wise decision. Kill them all. Third young Master Long waved his hand as if he was going to kill a few chickens and ducks. He did not care about the lives of the Li family members at all. He, don't blame me for being ruthless. You can only blame yourselves for being blind and daring to offend third young master. The black-robed elder sneered. He did not draw his sword. Instead, he stretched out his left hand and put his index finger and middle finger together. A wisp of sword energy condensed. It was extremely sharp. Then, I will start with you. The black-robed elder stared at Li Tianhe and pointed his finger. The sword energy pierced through the air and shot towards Li Tianhe. The sword energy of an astral realm swordsman was extremely powerful. Even if Li Tianhe was infinitely close to the astral realm, there was still a huge gap between him and the astral realm. Facing this sword energy, he felt as if he could not dodge it no matter what. In the next moment, his head would be pierced and he would die. No, I can't die. Li Tianhe roared and drew his sword. Sword qi surged out of his body and condensed into a sword. It was his strongest sword technique. The final song was as bright as a falling star. Child's play. The black-robed elder showed a disdainful smile. In his opinion, Li Tianhe was just struggling in vain. Sure enough, his extremely condensed sword energy with 50% sword intent immediately broke Li Tianhe's strongest sword attack. Even the supreme grade sword in Li Tianhe's hand was shattered into pieces. Then, the sword energy shot towards Li Tianhe's forehead and was about to pierce it. It seemed that Li Tianhe was about to die under this terrifying sword energy. Suddenly, with a sigh, a sword radiance seemed to have come from the sky. It descended at an unparalleled speed and hit the sword energy. Both were instantly shattered. Who is it? Who dares to disturb me? The black-robed elder was enraged. He frowned, and a terrifying killing intent swept out. It was as if there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood floating around him. This was a powerful astral realm swordsman who had walked through countless killings. His anger caused the Li family members to vomit blood again. The weaker ones directly fainted. Li Tianhe, who was lucky enough to survive, quickly retreated. His face was extremely pale. Li Mingxin and the rest knew that it was Master Chu who had helped the first elder survive. You're so old, yet you're still so hot-tempered. Be careful not to die. A faint voice sounded. The first word seemed to have come from the horizon, while the last word sounded like it was right beside their ears. In front of everyone's eyes, a figure in a white robe appeared. Where did this little brat come from? The black-robed elder said angrily. Then he was startled. He carefully looked at Chu-Mu and laughed. So it's a brat who has just reached the astral realm. Instead of cultivating properly, you actually dare to come out and cause trouble. You really don't know what death is. The elder was not wrong. Astral realm swordsmen who had just reached the astral realm would not casually appear in the outside world. They would usually integrate everything they had learned to get rid of the impurities and keep the essences so that their strength could match the astral realm. This would usually take a long time, perhaps a year or 3 to 5 years. The black-robed elder could tell that Chu-Mu had just reached the astral realm less than a year ago. If he dared to appear in the outside world, he was either an idiot or overconfident. Obviously, in his eyes, Chu-Mu was someone who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He was the type who thought that he could do whatever he wanted just because he had some talent. On the other hand, third young Master Long revealed a jealous expression. Chu Mu looked to be about the same age as him, but he was already an astral realm swordsman. Even if he had just entered the astral realm, he was still countless times stronger than him. This was something that he, who had always prided himself on as a genius, could not accept. The Li family is under my protection. If you take out 100,000 supreme, grade, spiritual stones as compensation, then everything will end here. Chu Mu said indifferently. He did not put the black-robed elder in his eyes at all. Even though the elder was at the initial stage of the astral realm, the Li family members almost fainted from shock. Chu Mu actually asked for 100,000 supreme, grade, spiritual stones as compensation. They did not dare to accept it at all. Moreover, they had clearly heard that Chu Mu was only at the initial stage of the astral realm. He was the kind of swordsman who had just reached the initial stage of the astral realm and had not fully grasped his strength. As for the black-robed elder, he was obviously a powerful swordsman who had reached the astral realm many years ago. From this point alone, it was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Kikik, Jr., your words are the biggest joke this old man has ever heard. For the sake of these words, this old man has decided to leave you with an intact corpse. The black-robed old man laughed sinisterly. He appeared to be in a very cheerful mood. You, kneel down before me and swear to be loyal to me from now on. If you become my dog, I can let you go. Third young Master Long took advantage of the black-robed elder's presence and was jealous that Chu Mu's talent was higher than his. In the end, he could not help but take a step forward, pointing at Chu Mu and yelling. Since third young master has said so, Junior, do as third young master says. The black-robed elder laughed evilly. Don't try to resist, or else I'll let you know the taste of death. It doesn't matter if you have a powerful backer behind you. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 530. Chu Mu did not even look at third young Master Long's taunts. In his eyes, third young Master Long was just an arrogant person with a bit of talent. In the central main sword domain, his level of talent was nothing at all. As for that old man in the black robe, Chu Mu had more or less figured out his attack power from the sword yuan. He knew that this old man in the black robe, who was at the initial stage of the origin realm, was no match for him. The reason why he was silent was because he was thinking. But in the eyes of others, he looked like he was afraid. Kneel down before me now, and I will spare your life. I will also be magnanimous and let the Li family go this time. The more third young Master Long spoke, the more excited he got. He seemed to think that with the presence of the old man in the black robe, he would have a powerful backer. Master Chu, this is our Li family's matter. Master Chu, you don't have to do anything to avoid being implicated. Although Li Mingxin really hoped that Chu Mu could suppress the third young Master Long and protect the Li family, he also knew that with just Chu Mu, who was only at the initial stage of the origin realm, it was impossible for him to go against the Long family. That's right, Master Chu. The heavens have destined our Li clan to be exterminated. An elder's face was full of loneliness as he lamented. Chu Mu did not care about the Li family. When he agreed to Li Deyuan's request, it was destined that there would be a grudge between him and the Li family. Although he had said that he could ignore it if he couldn't handle it, now that Chu Mu was here, and the other party had directly asked for Chu Mu to kneel down and submit to him, a mere Qi high sword artist threatening an origin realm warrior like this was an insult to his dignity. It was a reckless provocation. If Chu Mu just ignored it, then he would lose face. Chu Mu did not care about the so-called problem of face, but he could not tolerate an ant jumping around arrogantly in front of him, even provoking him many times. Chu Mu glanced at them and said lightly, kneel down and apologize. Take out 1,000,000 top-grade spiritual stones as compensation and swear that you will not cause any trouble for the Li family in the future. Then I will let you leave alive. All of a sudden, everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. They were all frightened by Chumu's words. "Junior, this old man rarely has the chance to laugh so heartily." The black-robed old man laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Soon you won't be able to laugh anymore." Chumu smiled and said as he slowly pulled out the desolate sky sword. As the sword was pulled out inch by inch, Chumu's body emitted a strong sword aura. It was extremely sharp, as if it was piercing through the clouds, piercing through the void and cutting everything in its way. Other than the black-robed old man, the others all felt as if their bodies were in a sea of sword chi. Their naked bodies were constantly being sliced by the sword chi. Waves of intense stabbing pain swept through their bodies. It was extremely uncomfortable, as if they were suffering from the pain of being dismembered. Even Li Tianhe felt extremely uncomfortable. "Good sword, Junior. This old man wants this sword." The black-robed old man stared at the 8-sided heavenly desolate sword that Chumu had already pulled out. Instantly his eyes lit up and he bluntly asked for Chumu's top-tier royal rank sword. At that moment, the black-robed old man made a grabbing motion. Countless strands of sword chi condensed on his fingers and gushed out, forming a palm of sword chi. It was extremely sharp and fast, and Chumu felt as if he could not dodge it. It was as if the sword in his hand was about to be taken away. With a chuckle, Chumu flipped his wrist, and the desolate sky sword swept up a cold sword light. It slashed horizontally, directly cutting off the 5 fingers of the palm of sword chi. The sword pierced forward as if it was formed by nature. It didn't seem fast, but it was actually as fast as lightning. The black-robed old man felt as if he could not dodge it. His face suddenly changed, and his pupils constricted. A sword appeared in his hand. He raised it and slashed down. The sword light tore through the air, as if it was going to cut the sky open. Halfway through the slash, the black-robed old man felt a sharp pain in his wrist. Before he could react, a cold light appeared before his eyes. It was like a line between the sky and the water. The slash was too fast, and there was no way to dodge it. The black-robed old man felt a sharp pain in his neck, as if something was flowing down. Following that, his vision quickly turned dark. An old man's head flew up. Blood spurted out and rolled on the ground. Everyone fell into a daze. One slash, just one slash, without using any sword skills, had killed an initial stage origin realm swordsman. Instant kill. This scene was too unbelievable. It was as if the black-robed old man, who was at initial stage origin realm, was an ant that could be casually killed with a finger. You actually killed. Third young Master Long finally reacted and pointed at Chumu. His face was full of panic and shock as he continuously retreated. His fingers were constantly trembling and sweat was rolling down his forehead as he screamed in shock. "Young Master, run!" Long Jiu roared. He pulled out his sword and rushed towards Chumu. He wanted to use his life to buy a chance for third young Master Long to escape. Chumu took a step forward and passed by Long Jiu. He appeared in front of third young Master Long and placed his sword on third young Master Long's throat. Long Jiu took a few steps forward and fell down. Blood flowed out from his neck and dyed the ground red. No one saw what happened at that moment. Long Jiu, a swordsman in the 8th transformation realm, died just like that. Don't kill me." Third young Master Long's voice was filled with tears. He begged bitterly, as if he was extremely afraid of death. It was the complete opposite of his previous arrogance. "I have spiritual stones. I can give you a lot of spiritual stones. As long as you don't kill me." However, Chumu only looked at third young Master Long, causing third young Master Long to feel immense pressure. "It's fine if I don't kill you." According to Chumu's habits, he should have stabbed out with his sword and killed without mercy. However, he wasn't alone right now. He had to consider the Li family, so he had no choice but to use other methods. "However, you must swear in the name of the sword path that from now on, You will not use any method, path, or method to deal with the Li family. Otherwise, you will suffer the pain of your soul shattering and be consigned to eternal damnation. What? Everyone's face changed. As a swordsman, even those who were not ambitious, they knew very well what it meant to swear in the name of swordsmanship. Once they went against it, they would suffer the backlash of the oath. They would truly be doomed. No one was willing to bear that kind of consequence. I don't swear, Third young Master Long said with a trembling voice. He knew very well that once he swore, he would not be able to deal with the Li family. He would not be able to resolve the hatred in his heart. He prided himself as a genius and wanted to make a name for himself in swordsmanship. How could he dare to swear in the name of swordsmanship? If that's the case, then you can die, Chu Mu said indifferently. He pushed his sword forward slightly, and the incomparably sharp tip of the sword instantly pierced through the skin on Third Young Master Long's throat. Wait, I swear! Third Young Master Long hurriedly roared. He swore that he had never spoken so fast before. If he was a little slower, his throat would be pierced and he would die without a doubt. Very good. Chu Mu nodded and withdrew his sword. Third Young Master Long knew that he could not escape from Chu Mu's sword. He began to swear in the name of swordsmanship. When he finished swearing, there was a force added to Third Young Master Long's body, representing that the oath was valid. After Third Young Master Long finished swearing, he regained his calmness. He looked at Chu Mu and said with some resentment, I finished swearing. Can I go now? Before you leave, remove the ownership of your spatial bracelet and give it to me as compensation to the Li family, Chu Mu said, not caring about the resentment in Third Young Master Long's eyes. Third Young Master Long was also very straightforward at this time. He directly removed the ownership and handed the top-grade spatial bracelet in his hand to Chu Mu. He looked at Chu Mu and said with anger and resentment, I've already sworn that I won't take revenge on the Li family in any way. Even the Long family won't make a move against the Li family. However, in the oath, it didn't include you. Just you wait. I will definitely come to find you again. No matter what price I have to pay, I will definitely make you kneel in front of me, humiliate you, and then kill you to take revenge for today. If you are afraid and go back on your word, you can draw your sword now and kill me. You can go. If you want to take revenge on me, don't let this kind of trash come. Chu Mu smiled and said. Third Young Master Long stared at Chu Mu hatefully as if he wanted to imprint Chu Mu in his heart. Then he turned and left. Chu Mu threw the top-grade spatial bracelet to Li Mingxin, the head of the Li family. This is the compensation he gave you. I don't know what's inside. Check it yourself. In addition, the spatial bracelet of the sword guard is also yours. After saying that, Chu Mu took the spatial bracelet of the black-robed old man and disappeared in a flash. If it weren't for the two corpses on the ground, no one would believe that an earthquake-like event had just happened here. After Chu Mu left, only a group of Li family members were left. Some of them had just woken up from their coma and only felt pain all over their bodies. They didn't understand what had happened at all. Li Mingxin, the elders, and the deacons were all dumbfounded. They were still immersed in shock and couldn't extricate themselves. After a while, they finally woke up. They looked at each other and saw the extreme shock in each other's eyes. They felt like they were in a dream. Unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Li Tianhe looked like he had lost his soul. He muttered to himself, an initial stage origin realm cultivator could kill an initial stage origin realm swordsman so easily. He didn't even use any sword techniques. Genius and absolute genius. At this moment, Li Mingxin had also dripped blood on the two spatial bracelets to claim ownership. He sent his mind into the two bracelets and carefully checked them. After a while, Li Mingxin's body started to tremble. His face was filled with excitement, and his face was flushed. Great, this is great. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha. With these spiritual stones and treasures, the overall strength of the Li family can be increased a little, making the family even stronger. As long as we use them wisely, we can form an effective cycle and increase the strength of the family step by step. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 531. In the small pavilion of the Bee Mountain courtyard, Chu Mu was fishing. There were many fishes in the large pond. The bigger ones were a meter long, while the smaller ones were the size of a finger. They were of different colors and shapes as they swam freely in the water. Chu Mu sat still like a rock. He held the fishing rod, but his eyes were closed. He looked like he was fishing, but in fact he was comprehending something. In Chu Mu's eyes, killing the initial stage origin realm black-robed old man with one strike was nothing. Firstly, although the black-robed old man's cultivation was higher than Chu Mu's, the strength of his sword yuan was not as strong as Chu Mu's. Secondly, the black-robed old man's sword intent was only at 50%, which was not as good as Chu Mu's. In terms of power, the difference was even greater. As for profound, it was not as good as Chu Mu's. Thirdly, in terms of sword arts, the gap between the black-robed old man and Chu Mu was even greater. Fourthly, the black-robed old man looked down on Chu Mu and did not put Chu Mu in his eyes. That was why he did not use his full strength in the beginning. With all these reasons combined, he was easily killed by Chu Mu with one strike. Of course, even if he had used his full strength because of Chu Mu, the most he would have done was to make Chu Mu expend a little more effort. The result would still be death. The Shinto clan was the #1 clan in the Jinsha region. With a history of more than 2,000 years, they had a deep foundation and were very powerful. The clan leader was a sword sovereign with amazing strength. At this moment, in a manner of the Shinto clan, young Master Wudi, we have investigated thoroughly. There is indeed a young Origin Realm swordsman from the Li clan. He has only reached the Origin Realm for less than a year, but he is very powerful. He killed Long Wu from the Long clan with one strike. He should be a true genius swordsman who can kill those above his level. A middle-aged man in gray said respectfully to the black-robed young man in front of him, "Young master, we also found out that this person's surname is Chu, but we don't know his name. He is very mysterious and only came to the Li family half a month ago. As for why he came to the Li clan, we didn't find out because he spent most of his time in the Li clan's courtyard and never left," another middle-aged man in gray said. "Did you send my invitation card over?" The black-robed swordsman asked calmly. "Young master, don't worry about us. If nothing goes wrong, the invitation card should have already been delivered to Sword Master Chu." Within the pavilion of the Bee Mountain courtyard, Chu Mu held a palm-sized card in his hand. The card was bright red with golden edges. In the middle of the card, there was a drawing of a sword. There was a sharp aura emitting from the sword. This aura was enough to make a sea of Qi swordsmen kneel down on the spot. Patriarch Li Mingxin, who was sitting next to him, was shocked by the aura of the post. Chu Mu opened the invitation card and read it. The general content was an invitation for Chu Mu to participate in the Sword Technique Conference of the Jinsha County's Genius Swordsmen in 3 days. The signature was Shinto Wudi. Patriarch Li, who is this Shinto Wudi? Chu Mu closed the invitation card and looked at Li Mingxin as he asked, "Master Chu, Shinto Wudi is the young master of the Shinto clan, the biggest clan in the Jinsha County. He is 29 years old this year and became an Origin Realm swordsman 3 years ago. A year ago, he killed an Origin Realm swordsman with one strike. He is very powerful. Now, it is said that he has already reached the Origin Realm and is known as the #1 genius under the age of 30 in the Jinsha County." Li Mingxin quickly said. As the patriarch of the clan, he knew all the geniuses in the Jinsha County like the back of his hand. His tone was filled with respect and admiration. Reaching the Origin Realm at the age of 26 and reaching the Origin Realm 3 years later. Not bad, Chu Mu secretly said. However, compared to Zongqing Tian, Ju Wudao, and Yan Jiao, there is still a clear gap. Of course, geniuses like Zhong Qingtian, Zhu Wudao, and Yan Jia were very rare even in the central main sword region, which was full of genius swordsmen. Shintawudi was able to reach the origin realm at the age of 26. Even if his talent was not as good as Zhong Qingtian's, it was still close. What is Shintawudi's personality like? Chu Mu asked. Master Chu, although Shintawudi is the young master of the Shinta clan and a true genius, he is not someone that Third Master Long can compare to. However, he is not like Third Master Long, who bullies the weak and plays with others. Li Mingxin tidied up a little and said, This Shintawudi has a dream. Just like his name, he wants to be truly invincible. Therefore, his mind is almost entirely focused on the way of the sword. Everything else is left to others to handle. He is only interested in powerful swordsmen. What is the Sword Technique Conference in the Jinsha County? Chu Mu was a little interested after hearing about Shintawudi's personality. The so-called Genius Sword Technique Conference is organized by one or two real genius swordsmen and invited other qualified genius swordsmen to participate in the conference. The main purpose of the conference is to compare notes on swordsmanship, discuss swordsmanship, exchange insights on swordsmanship, and improve oneself with the help of others. As Li Mingxin spoke, a yearning expression appeared on his face. This sword technique conference was first organized by a genius swordsman 100 years ago. Since then, it has been held every 10 years. All the participants are primary realm swordsmen, and all of them have reached the primary realm before the age of 40. Every one of them has the power to fight beyond their level. The genius swordsmen invited this time should also be primary realm swordsmen. It is a grand event in Jinsha County. Unfortunately, no one is allowed to participate in such a grand event, and no one can watch it. Since Shintawudi invited Lord Chu, it means that Lord Chu is a true genius swordsman. Li Mingxin added at the end. If that is the case, I will go and take a look in 3 days. Chu Mu smiled and put away the invitation. 3 days passed by like flowing water. Chu Mu walked out of the Li family and was led by Li Kaitong to the venue of the Sword Technique Conference that was held once every 10 years in the Jinsha County, the Jinsha Pavilion. The Jinsha Pavilion was a high-end entertainment venue that combined restaurants, brothels, casinos, and other entertainment. It was also one of the main businesses of the Shinta family and provided them with a sizable profit every day. Because one of the organizers of the Sword Technique Conference this time was Shintawudi, so the Sword Technique Conference was held within the Golden Sand Pavilion. At this time, outside the Golden Sand Hall, there were several hundred people surrounding it. They were all here to watch the show. Lord, this is as far as I can go. Li Kaitong stopped at the entrance of the Jinsha Pavilion and said to Chu Mu. Although she wanted to go in, she knew that the Jinsha Pavilion was not a place where she could enter, be it in terms of wealth or talent. Lord, I will wait for you outside. No need. Go back to the Li family and practice your swordsmanship. When the Sword Technique Conference is over, I will go back. Chu Mu said and strode towards the Jinsha Pavilion. The Jinsha Pavilion's facade was decorated with gold and jade. It was obvious that it was a high-end entertainment venue. Naturally, the cost of living was frighteningly high. Ordinary people would not dare to step in. At this moment, there were 2 large men with swords on their backs, standing on the left and right of the huge door that seemed to be made of gold. They were expressionless, and their eyes flashed with light. The aura they emitted was very powerful. They were actually at the 8th revolution of the 9th revolution realm. When Chu Mu walked over, the 2 large men stopped Chu Mu. Today was the day of the Sword Technique Conference. The entire Jinsha Pavilion was closed for 3 days for the Sword Technique Conference to be held. Although 3 days would cause the Jinsha Pavilion to lose a lot of money, the Sword Technique Conference would make the Shinta clan famous. In the future, the business of the Jinsha Pavilion would be better and their income would be higher. Not only would they be able to make up for the loss of 3 days, they would also be able to earn tens of times more. All in all, This was definitely a profitable business with little capital. Look, that kid thinks he can go in. He will definitely be kicked out. Today is the day of the Sword Technique Conference. Many people were discussing. Chu Mu took out the invitation and handed it over. The large man took a look and immediately moved aside, allowing Chu Mu to enter. Oh my God, he can actually go in. I saw it. He has an invitation. He is a true genius swordsman. It is hard to imagine. He looks like he is only in his 20s, but he has already reached the origin realm. Cries of surprise rose one after another. After Chu Mu walked into the Jinsha Pavilion, he took a look around and was immediately surprised by the decorations of the Jinsha Pavilion. It was really luxurious, the best place to indulge in a life of luxury. Immediately, someone came to lead Chu Mu to the real location of the Sword Technique Conference. The Jinsha Pavilion had a total of 3 floors. The first floor was a more common place, while the second floor was a level higher. The decorations were not as luxurious, but the value of the decorations were higher. On the third floor, there was a simple and elegant restrained magnificence. It made people feel a sense of luxury from the bottom of their hearts. This was true luxury. When Chu Mu arrived at the third floor, there were already many people there. The third floor was very spacious. There were many tables and chairs around. In the middle, there was an empty space with a radius of 100 meters. There were about 20 people sitting on the tables and chairs. Sitting on the main seat was a young swordsman in a black robe. His cheeks were thin, but his eyes were very sharp. When he opened and closed his eyes, there was an invincible aura. Chu Mu guessed that this person should be the young master of the Shinto clan, Shintowudi. Shintowudi was also the organizer of this Sword Technique Conference. Chu Mu's arrival attracted the attention of many people, including Shintowudi. However, some only glanced at him. When they discovered Chu Mu's cultivation, they frowned or sneered disdainfully, then no longer paid attention. You are. Shintowudi walked over. He was the organizer of this year's Sword Technique Conference, so he naturally had to take care of everything. He could not neglect anyone and cause the Sword Technique Conference to be imperfect. Chu Mu. Chu Mu smiled and said, Chu Mu. Shintowudi was startled at first. He felt that he had heard this name before, but he could not recall where. He then smiled and said, Could it be that you are the one who lives in the Li clan? That's right. Chu Mu said, Haha. Your presence brings light to the Sword Technique Conference. Please take a seat. Although Shintowudi focused on the way of the sword, he was not unfamiliar with the ways of the world. He handled things with ease. Perhaps this was the demeanor of a young master of a clan. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 532. The organizer of this year's Sword Technique Conference was Shintowudi. There were a total of 50 participants, all of whom were Origin Realm swordsmen. Most of them were in their 30s, and only a few were in their 20s. Chu Mu noticed that among these 50 swordsmen, the one with the highest cultivation was Deshang. After all, they were not very old. To have such strength meant that their talents were better than ordinary people. Even the forces behind them were not simple. As the organizer, Shintowudi naturally knew about everyone present. He introduced them one by one, letting them know their names and simple backgrounds. The Sword Technique Conference of our Jinsha Commandery does not have any strict rules. We only invite fellow practitioners to come and discuss swordsmanship and mutual improvement. Therefore, there is no need for you to feel restrained. You can do as you please. You can say whatever you want and spar with whoever you want. Shintowudi sat on the main seat and chuckled. The Sword Technique Conference is also a way to make friends with the sword. Chu Mu sat quietly. Perhaps because everyone was new here, no one wanted to be the first to take the lead. Shintowudi was not nervous at all. He knew that this was only temporary. Everyone had not fully integrated into the Sword Technique Conference. After about 30 breaths of time, someone chuckled. Ha ha ha! Since no one wants to be the first to take the lead, I, Long Qianshan, will do it. A silhouette stood up. He was tall and sturdy, and looked to be around 34 or 35 years old. His tiger-like eyes shone brightly as he walked to the center of the open space with a majestic gait. Which sword friend is willing to come up and give me some pointers? Let me throw a brick to attract jade. With a chuckle, a figure flashed and appeared in front of Long Qianshan. It was a man in his 30s with an elegant demeanor. According to the rules of the Sword Technique Conference, only sword techniques can be used during the spar. Sword energy, sword intent, and esoteric power are not allowed. Brother Long and Brother Li, please make good use of this, Shinta Wudi reminded. After all, the Sword Technique Conference of Jinsha County was not like the Sword Technique Conference of a large sect. There was no restriction on the use of sword origin and sword essence. After all, it would cost a lot of money and resources. Therefore, he could only rely on himself. Fortunately, since the beginning of the Sword Technique Conference, no one had ever used sword essence, or profound meanings in a sword competition, which broke the rules of the Sword Technique Conference. Long Qianshan and Sword Master Li slowly drew their swords, and each took a stance. Long Qianshan's sword was wider than a normal sword. It was about the width of a palm and thicker. Although it was said to be a sparring session, different swordsmen had different ways of applying the same basic sword technique. First of all, it would be reflected in the starting stance. A sharp aura immediately spread out from the two of them. Before their swords moved, their auras had already clashed. Slash! Long Qianshan shouted as he slashed out with his sword. It was as powerful as thunder, causing the wind to howl and the thunder to explode. It was as if the space in front of him had been split open. The body of an Origin Realm swordsman had been refined 9 times when he was in the 9th transformation realm. In the end, when he broke through to the Origin Realm, his body would be strengthened by sword origin. Compared to his body when he was in the Chi-Hai realm, his body would be 10 times stronger. Even if a swordsman did not pay attention to training his body would be constantly stimulated and naturally become stronger as his cultivation increased. A normal Chi-Hai realm swordsman could easily lift a few 100 pounds of weight, under the situation where his body was 10 times stronger. Even if he could not easily lift a few 1,000 pounds of weight, it would be normal for him to have the strength of 1,000 pounds with a single arm. A sword attack with the strength of 1,000 pounds combined with an explosive force was terrifying, especially when it was infused with his own understanding of sword techniques. It would increase the power of the attack. Facing Long Qianshan's attack, Sword Master Li's expression did not change. He took a step forward, and the sword in his hand pierced out like an aurora. It was unbelievably fast. The other swordsmen all opened their eyes wide as they watched the two of them fight. Even if they did not go up and fight, watching others fight was also a reward. The two swordsmen had different styles of swordsmanship. Long Qianshan's swordsmanship was focused on momentum. Each of his sword strikes was very powerful, causing the surrounding air to fluctuate violently. On the other hand, swordsman Li's swordsmanship was very fast. Each strike was extremely fast. The collision of the swords caused countless sparks to fly. An ear-piercing sound resounded throughout the 3rd floor of the Golden Sand Arena. "You will lose!" Long Qianshan roared. He held his sword with both hands and chopped down. It was as if he could cut a mountain in half. Sword Master Li was caught off guard and was forced to retreat. The sword in his hand almost flew out of his hand. Luckily, he reacted in time and prevented himself from losing face. Brother Long's sword techniques are indeed extraordinary. Sword Master Li smiled and saluted with his sword before returning to his seat. "Thank you for letting me win." Long Qianshan laughed and looked around again. "Is there anyone else who wants to spar with me? Brother Long's sword techniques are amazing. I am itching to spar with you." Another swordsman in his 30s stood up and walked over. He took out his sword and pointed it at Long Qianshan. The smile on his face disappeared and his eyes became sharp. The qi of his sword seemed to have been stimulated. It was extremely sharp. "Take this," shouted Long Qianshan. He slashed out with his sword again. His momentum was terrifying. "Good," Sword Master Wang shouted in a low voice. He slashed out with his sword, filled with killing intent. His style of swordsmanship was simple and direct. Every strike was aimed at a vital point, and his killing intent was obvious. Long Qianshan's swordsmanship was full of power and vigor. The surrounding air was drawn in and merged with the swords, causing each of his swords to be even more powerful. It created an invisible pressure on the surrounding area. Chu Mu watched attentively. Although both Long Qianshan and Sword Master Wang's sword techniques were not as good as his, each of them had their own unique characteristics. Sword Master Wang's sword techniques were simple and sharp. However, he was being suppressed by Long Qianshan's sword techniques. The reason was simple. Long Qianshan's sword techniques were better than Sword Master Wang's. After a few dozen attacks, Long Qianshan showed a flaw. Sword Master Wang was eager to win. He immediately seized the opportunity and defeated Sword Master Wang. "Thank you for letting me win," Long Qianshan said. However, he did not look like he was going to let Sword Master Wang win. After defeating 2 people in a row, he looked insufferably arrogant. "Is there anyone else who wants to spar with me?" After a few breaths of time, no one went up. Shintawudi had a faint smile on his face. He did not look like he was going to fight. He was the organizer. As the organizer, he would not fight so easily. "We are just exchanging sword techniques. Do you think the outcome of the battle is that important?" Long Qianshan waved his sword, creating a loud whistling sound as if he was mocking them. "Since that is the case, let me, Lin Guangyao, fight Brother Long, a male swordsman who seemed to be less than 30 years old," stood up, took a step forward, and appeared in front of Long Qianshan as if he was teleporting. He gave Long Qianshan a simple sword salute. "Brother Lin, please." Long Qianshan did not perform a sword salute and casually said. He pulled out a sword flower with one hand and instantly shot it out. With a loud whistling sound, the sword flower bloomed and rushed towards Lin Guangyao. Lin Guangyao's reaction was extremely fast. His body flashed, and he pulled out his sword with lightning speed. Swoosh! 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 In just a moment, Lin Guangyao had stabbed more than 10 times and destroyed the sword flower. In an instant, Lin Guangyao's sword turned into a ray of light and pierced towards Long Qianshan. With a slight cracking sound, the ray of light exploded. It was as if they had turned into meteors. Dozens of them all rushed towards Long Qianshan. Lin Guangyao's sword was even faster than Sword Master Li's. Long Qianshan's expression changed slightly. Lin Guangyao's sword was too fast and made him feel threatened. In an instant, Long Qianshan's left hand grasped the sword hilt. Instead of holding the sword with one hand, he held the sword with both hands. The muscles on his arms bulged and were filled with power. With a sweep of his sword, a sonic boom resounded. Countless explosions occurred in the air. It was as if 10,000 horses were galloping. That one sword swept through as if it could sweep through an army. It was extremely domineering and shocking. All of Lin Guangyao's rays of light were destroyed. That sword also brought along a strong airflow that seemed to have condensed into a sword blade and slashed towards Lin Guangyao. Lin Guangyao's expression changed greatly. He immediately retreated. His footsteps intertwined with the sound of wind. The sword in his hand continuously pierced out, destroying Long Qianshan's strong sword wind. Long Qianshan's sword strike was extremely powerful. Everyone present could feel the strong wind blowing towards them, causing their hair to flutter in the wind. Lin Guangyao took advantage of Long Qianshan's body. He intertwined with Long Qianshan's sword at an extremely fast speed. Every strike was like a meteor falling from the sky. Long Qianshan was not good at speed. He stood still like a mountain on the ground. Suddenly, a majestic aura appeared. It was extremely extraordinary. He was still holding the sword with both hands. Every strike was filled with power. Wherever he passed, meteors would explode. Suddenly, Long Qianshan's sword revolved around his body, creating a terrifying sword storm. Lin Guangyao, who was in the middle of attacking, did not have time to retreat. He was immediately struck by the sword. His sword flew out of his hand. Lin Guangyao also retreated a few steps. The flying sword shot towards Chu Mu. Chu Mu gently grabbed the sword and threw it into Lin Guangyao's scabbard. This move made everyone's eyes light up. Thank you for letting me win. Who else wants to spar with me? After defeating the third swordsman, Long Qianshan was in high spirits. He felt that he was invincible and immediately shouted. This time, no one immediately went up. Long Qianshan had defeated 3 people in a row. He was in the limelight and his aura was imposing. He was at his peak. Moreover, his sword skills were indeed very strong. You must be the genius swordsman surnamed Chu from the Li clan. Why don't you come up and spar with me? Long Qianshan immediately pointed his spear at Chu Mu. Looking at his eyes, Chu Mu immediately understood that this young master of the Long clan wanted to deal with him. Ha 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 ha, how can I miss such a grand event? A burst of laughter suddenly rang out. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 533. By Lu. It's you. Shinto frowned as he looked at the 2 swordsmen who had just walked in. Brother Shinto, long time no see. A swordsman about 30 years old on the left said with a chuckle, I just came from Whitewater Commandery. I heard that Brother Shinto is the host of this year's Sword Technique Conference in Jinsha Commandery. We can exchange swordsmanship and discuss. Brother, Shinto didn't even send me an invitation. That's really rude. How rude of you. Bai Lu's words were clear and logical. Shinto frowned as he had some conflicts with Bai Lu. As for the swordsman beside him, half of his face was covered by his long hair. The other half of his face was cold and indifferent. His eyes were deep and cold, as if they contained 100 years of ice. There was a kind of emptiness and coldness in his eyes. Even if I didn't invite you, you still came here, Shinto said indifferently. He then looked at the indifferent young man and said, How should I address you? My friend doesn't like to talk. Let me introduce him. Bai Lu smiled and said, It's fate. Brother Shinto's name is Wudi. My friend is also called Wudi, Yang Wudi. Yang Wudi. Everyone muttered. They felt that these 2 people's purpose was not simple. They felt like they were here to cause trouble. I came here to have a sword duel with someone, Yang Wudi said. His voice was extremely cold. It was like the northern cold wind. People couldn't help but shrink back. Yang Wudi walked step by step towards the center of the square. Chu Mu noticed that Yang Wudi's every step was very consistent. It was as if he had deliberately calculated the distance. This kind of person's control of his own strength had reached a higher level. If you want to have a sword duel, then come. Long Qianshan waved his sword. The wind whistled as he shouted, You're not my opponent. Yang Wudi glanced at Long Qianshan. He had seen every detail of Long Qianshan's movements. His voice was cold and indifferent. There was not the slightest trace of humanity in it. Arrogant. Long Qianshan took a step forward, like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. He raised his sword and slashed down, leaving behind a sword shadow. The air exploded and the wind whistled. It was like a ferocious tiger was roaring. Yang Wudi's long hair was blown to the side, revealing the other half of his face. He was as cold as ever, and his eyes shone with a sharp light. In the next breath, Yang Wudi would be split in half by Long Qinshan's sword. Yang Wudi moved and unsheathed his sword. It was so fast that people couldn't even see how he unsheathed his sword. On the other hand, Long Qinshan's sword suddenly stopped as if he had been immobilized. Long Qinshan did not know when a sword had been pressed against his throat. The tip of the sword was so sharp that no one dared to look at it directly. A chill invaded Long Qinshan's throat. The stabbing pain caused Long Qinshan to break out in cold sweat. "You're too weak." Yang Wudi put his sword back into its scabbard. He was still unbelievably fast. Long Qinshan's face turned from white to red. He was indignant. He had just defeated 3 people in a row and was in high spirits. Who would have thought that a stranger would come and defeat him with a single sword strike? Moreover, his words made his face burn with anger. "Who can take one of my sword strikes?" Yang Wudi stood in the middle of the field and glanced at the crowd. His voice was as cold as the wind. "This friend of mine only likes to practice the sword. In the Whitewater Commandery, no one dares to claim to be number 1 when it comes to swordsmanship. I heard that there is a sword technique conference held once every 10 years in the Jinsha Commandery. Dozens of genius swordsmen will gather. So I specially came here from the Whitewater Commandery to make friends with the sword. I hope that I can find a worthy opponent and even lose. Fellow genius swordsmen of the Jinsha Commandery, don't disappoint me. If that's the case, let me exchange some pointers with you," said a young man in a purple robe. He stood up and walked towards Yang Wudi. "Take this." His sword was as fast as lightning. The friction between the sword and the air created sparks. Yang Wudi used a special technique to attack Yang Wudi. Each of the sparks contained a trace of power. It wouldn't hurt to be hit, but it wouldn't look good either. Yang Wudi's body was as straight as a sword. He didn't move at all. It was as if the sparks and lightning-fast sword didn't exist. When the sparks and the sword were only 3 inches away from his face, Yang Wudi's right hand moved. He unsheathed his sword, and the sparks immediately flew towards the young man in purple robe. The young man in purple robe stopped. His sword was only 1 inch away from Yang Wudi's forehead. He didn't dare to move any further. Yang Wudi's sword was pressed against the young man's throat. The young man in purple robe's face turned ugly. His eyes twitched. He put down his sword and retreated. He didn't say a word. Long Qinshan's eyes twitched. The way Yang Wudi was defeated was exactly the same as his. What a fast sword! I couldn't see it clearly. I could only see a blurry sword light. The swordsmen present whispered among themselves, but no one went up to challenge Yang Wudi. Yang Wudi's sword was too fast. It was so fast that people didn't even have time to react before they were defeated. This kind of sword speed didn't require any swordsmanship or technique. No matter how many changes you made, you would still be defeated in 1 strike. He was at a higher level than everyone present. This was Jinsha Region's Sword Technique Conference. Although the participants weren't all from Jinsha Region, they could be counted as having lived in Jinsha Region for a long or short period of time, such as Chumu. Yang Wudi was purely a swordsman from Whitewater County. His goal was very direct. He was here to challenge. If it was a competition between members of the Sword Technique Conference, winning or losing didn't matter. However, it was different for someone like Yang Wudi, who came with a strong goal. If he lost, it would affect his own reputation and the reputation of Jinsha County. Knowing that he was no match for Yang Wudi and that there were other things involved, he decided not to fight to avoid embarrassing himself. "Can't you find anyone in the vast Jinsha County who can compete with my friend in swordsmanship?" Bai Lu said, as if she was fanning the flames. Shinto Wudi frowned. He knew that Bai Lu's appearance wouldn't be a good thing. However, if Bai Lu had come alone, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, he knew that Bai Lu couldn't cause any trouble here. The biggest problem was that this swordsman called Yang Wudi was terrifyingly fast in the name of a competition. It was very difficult to deal with. "Looks like I have to make a move." Shintawudi glanced around, taking in everyone's expressions. He sighed inwardly. Perhaps only he could save himself from today's predicament. However, he wasn't confident that he could defeat Yongwudi. Getting up, Shintawudi immediately attracted everyone's attention. I myself also like to make friends with swords. Shintawudi held his sword and slowly drew it. He walked step by step towards the empty space in the center. As he spoke, his aura condensed as he walked and drew his sword. Yongwudi's eyes seemed to light up, like a hunter who had found his prey. Intense light burst out from his eyes and shot towards Shintawudi. All right, my friend is called Yongwudi. Brother Shintu's name is also Wudi. Wudi is Wudi. Then who is the real Wudi? Bai Lu chuckled, as if she wanted to see the world in chaos. It was originally just a competition of swords, but Bai Lu had made it into a gimmick of who was the real Wudi. As a result, if Shintawudi was defeated, he would lose a lot of face. Walking towards Yongwudi, Shintawudi's aura condensed to its peak. He slashed out with his sword like lightning. Yongwudi drew his sword. His sword was still unbelievably fast, instantly blocking Shintawudi's slash. Shintawudi changed his move midway, changing from a slash to a stab. Just as Yongwudi was about to change his move, he changed from a stab to a slash. 3 moves in an instant, impossible to guard against. Yongwudi's reaction was extremely fast. He quickly changed his move, breaking Shintawudi's 3 moves and counterattacking with his sword. His sword was like a stream of light, faster than lightning. Without the sound of wind, it pierced toward Shintawudi's throat. Shintawudi's expression changed. He quickly retreated a step and stabbed out with his sword. His wrist trembled rapidly as his sword twisted. Everyone's attention was attracted. They stared with their eyes wide open, watching the exciting battle between the 2 invincible realm experts. Chumu watched as he lifted the cup in front of him. Inside was an amber-colored liquid that emitted a faint fruit and wine fragrance. It was a kind of fruit wine. Taking a sip, the fruit fragrance overflowed in his mouth, mixed with the faint wine fragrance, leaving a rich aftertaste in his mouth. Of all the people present, Chumu was the most relaxed. Even Bai Lu would occasionally show a trace of nervousness. He had brought Yongwudi with him. His goal was to make Shintawudi lose face. As for the others, they weren't within his scope of consideration. But if Yongwudi lost, then the one who would lose face would be him, not Shintawudi. He couldn't help but be nervous. Yongwudi and Shintawudi were constantly moving and attacking with their swords. The moves of the 2 swords were rapidly changing. Stabs, slashes, sweeps, and other basic sword techniques were displayed to the fullest. When the 2 swords collided, sparks flew everywhere, densely packed like fireworks, extremely bright. Both sides continued to attack. Even their defense was to use offense as a substitute for defense. Combined with their footwork, they dodged. In the empty space of 100 meters in the center, 2 figures constantly shifted and intersected. Because their speed was too fast, they left behind very blurry after images. So powerful. Both Wudi are very powerful. This level of sword technique really makes me feel ashamed of my inferiority. I feel that watching their battle is very rewarding. After this sword technique conference is over, I will go back and cultivate in seclusion for a period of time to digest what I have seen today. I think my sword technique will improve by then. Me too. I wonder who will win. I hope it's Brother Shintu. Otherwise, this sword technique conference will end in failure and leave a stain. Everyone was discussing in low voices, sighing with emotion. At that moment, Yongwudi quickly pulled away from Shintawudi after the clash of their swords. He seemed to be a little excited, and Bai Lu also smiled. He knew that Yongwudi was about to win. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 534. For the past few days, The dominator of 6 realms had been looking for a house to move into, but it was not satisfactory. Either it was too expensive to rent, or it was a nice house with a reasonable price. However, when he arrived at the door, he was told that it had been rented out. Bai Lu, who was familiar with Yang Wudi, knew that this was a sign that Yang Wudi was about to bring out his true strength. Shintawudi did not stop. He took a step forward, and his speed was extremely fast. His figure left behind a series of afterimages. His sword was as fast as lightning, as if it could break through the stars. He slashed towards Yang Wudi with an overbearing and peerless invincible word. The wind howled as it formed a terrifying sword pressure under the sword, blowing Yang Wudi's long hair backwards, as if it was about to be pulled out by the roots, revealing his entire face. His eyes shot out an incomparably sharp light as he bent his right arm and swung his sword. With a whoosh, this sword seemed to shatter the sun and moon. Its radiance was extremely resplendent, and like a white steed flashing through a crack, it instantly shattered Shintawudi's powerful sword pressure. The 2 swords closed in, but strangely they did not collide. Both sides changed their moves in an instant. It looked like it was just a flash. Shintawudi's sword slashed towards Yang Wudi's forehead, but it stopped when it was an inch away. That was because Yang Wudi's sword was already at Shintawudi's throat. "You have lost," Yang Wudi said as he sheathed his sword. Shintawudi's expression kept changing. After 3 breaths of time, he regained his composure. As for whether his heart was calm or not, only he knew. "You are very powerful," Shintawudi said. He turned around and returned to his seat. His heart was filled with shock and dismay. In his opinion, the sword technique conference that he was the organizer of would probably end in failure, leaving behind an indelible stain. It filled his heart with guilt. "It seems that no one here is a match for this friend of mine. He is truly invincible." Bai Lu laughed, looking very proud. "Brother Yang, now even the most powerful person has been defeated by you. I think the genius swordsmen of the Jinsha County are just SOO. The so-called Sword Technique Conference is just a joke. I am really sorry for making you look forward to it in vain." Yang Wudi didn't say anything, but a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. It was the loneliness of not being able to find an opponent. Whether it was Yang Wudi's expression or Bai Lu's words, it was like a slap to everyone's face. The burning pain filled their hearts with anger, but they didn't dare to go up and compete with Yang Wudi. Yang Wudi's swordsmanship was really strong. Of course, if he used his full strength, including sword origin and sword intent profound, they wouldn't be afraid. However, they couldn't use sword origin, sword intent profound, or sword intent profound. They could only rely on their swordsmanship. Shintawudi slowly swept his gaze across everyone's faces. His heart sank as if it was about to fall into an endless abyss. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and fell on Chu Mu's face. In Shintawudi's eyes, Chu Mu's indifferent expression was completely different from the other people's resentment, feigned disregard, or looked left and right as if they wanted someone to stand up for them. "Brother Chu, if you're confident, please make a move. I, Shintawudi, will owe you a favor." Shintawudi transmitted his voice through sword chi. Chu Mu turned his head to look at Shintawudi. Shintawudi's face was also serious, his eyes filled with hope. Chu Mu had a good impression of Shintawudi. After thinking about the benefits involved, Chu Mu decided to make a move. Everyone's gaze fell on Chu Mu. They were all stunned. Only Shintawudi's eyes lit up, feeling as if he had seen hope. Chu Mu's pace wasn't fast. He walked to the center of the open space, facing Yang Wudi from 5 meters away. Yang Wudi stared at Chu Mu. He keenly sensed a terrifying aura coming from Chu Mu's body. Just as he was filled with vigilance, he suddenly felt that terrifying feeling disappear, as if it was an illusion. "Please," Chu Mu said indifferently. "This person is so young. He's most likely not Yang Wudi's match. He's only reached the origin realm less than a year ago. How can he be Yang Wudi's match?" It's hard to say. After all, this is a competition of sword arts, not cultivation. Although that's the case, Yang Wudi's sword arts are indeed terrifying. I don't think this person can beat Yang Wudi. Go up and embarrass yourself. Long Qianshan grinned. He was defeated by Chu Mu in one strike. He also felt that Chu Mu would be defeated by Yang Wudi in one strike. Only then did he feel satisfied. Third young Master Long was his third brother. Although he didn't immediately cause trouble for Chu Mu due to some family reasons, it wasn't too late now. This time, Long Qianshan had already decided that after the sword technique conference, it would be Chu Mu's death. I've seen your sword arts just now. If you don't use your full strength right from the start, you'll regret it, Chu Mu said indifferently. Someone nearby immediately sneered, while Bai Lu was first stunned. Then, she revealed a smile that was not a smile. She swept her eyes over Chu Mu and looked at Shinto Wudi. Brother Shinto, where did you find this weirdo? You should be more careful when you judge people in the future. Don't make friends with people who are too arrogant. Otherwise, you'll be harming yourself. I, Shinto Wudi, am free to make friends with whoever I want. You don't have to worry, Shinto Wudi snorted. Although he felt that Chu Mu's words were a little arrogant, he didn't know why, but he was a little confident. Moreover, he couldn't back down now. He could only place all his hopes on Chu Mu, this young swordsman whose background he couldn't see through. Yang Wudi solemnly pulled out his sword. His aura was rising steadily, becoming more and more powerful. This attitude of his was rather confusing. Yang Wudi's sword was pointing upwards. It was very strange. Chu Mu suddenly felt like every part of his body was being attacked. Take this! Yang Wudi shouted and slashed out. This sword seemed very slow, but in fact, it was in front of Chu Mu in an instant. Before Chu Mu could react, the sword light suddenly twisted and changed, reflecting a dazzling light that blinded Chu Mu's eyes. The sword light split into dozens of rays and slashed at many parts of Chu Mu's body. There was no way to dodge. It was as if the entire third floor of the Golden Sand Mansion was enveloped by these dozens of sword light. This feeling was very strange. Brother Yang is actually going all out. Bai Lu's mouth was wide open, looking very puzzled. Chu Mu didn't move, as if he was scared silly. He was completely enveloped by Yang Wudi's dozens of sword light. It was as if he was going to be dismembered. Shinto Wudi frowned. His eyes focused and he was very nervous. He's going to lose. Long Qianshan clenched his fist, secretly feeling excited. At that moment, Chu Mu moved. No one saw how he pulled out his sword, but there was a faint sword light blooming. It was like a white steed flashing through a crack, like a meteor streaking across the sky. A slight buzzing sound rang out, but it instantly quieted down. Yang Wudi's dozens of sword light dissipated like bubbles. Chu Mu was still standing there, his sword still in the scabbard as if he had never pulled it out. Yang Wudi's sword was pointed at Chu Mu's throat. Ha 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 ha, Brother Shinto, did you see that? Brother Yang is the real invincible. Bai Lu laughed, looking very happy and carefree. I knew it. He's definitely not a match for Yang Wudi's sword. Long Qianshan's clenched fists were trembling, looking very excited. Shinto Wudi was stunned at first, feeling very puzzled. Then his face and eyes quickly darkened, as if he had lost all hope. Fine. This year's Sword Technique Conference will have a stain because of me. Shinto Wudi sighed dejectedly. The other swordsmen participating in the Sword Technique Conference all turned pale, their hopes dashed. You won. Yang Wudi suddenly retracted his sword and said something that shocked everyone. Brother Yang, you clearly won. Why are you saying that he won? Bai Lu's eyes widened as she hurriedly asked. She was anxious. Yang Wudi didn't answer. Instead, he used his finger to touch his throat and looked at it. Indeed, there was a scarlet red spot. Following Yang Wudi's movement, everyone's eyes fell on his throat. Their pupils shrank. Sure enough, they saw a little red spot on his throat. It seemed to have been there for a long time. Combined with Yang Wudi's actions and words, everyone immediately understood that the red spot on his throat had been left by Chu Mu. But how had Chu Mu left that red spot on Yang Wudi's throat? It was obviously a bit of blood seeping out from the skin of his throat. In other words, in that instant, Chu Mu had pulled out his sword and stabbed out faster than Yang Wudi's. Moreover, he had used unparalleled control to leave a mark on Yang Wudi's throat. After that, he had sheathed his sword. It sounded very simple. Unsheathing, thrusting, and sheathing the sword were merely 3 consecutive actions. However, it contained a shocking truth. Chu Mu's sword speed far surpassed Yang Wudi's and anyone else's. It was already inconceivably fast, so fast that they couldn't even react to it. It was also because of this that everyone felt that Chu Mu was inferior to Yang Wudi. If Yang Wudi hadn't admitted it himself in the end, everyone would have thought that Chu Mu was just SO. Shintawudi's eyes shone like light bulbs as they fell on Chu Mu. The dispirited feeling in his heart was swept away, and he was extremely excited. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. Brother Chu, you're really amazing. I'm Yang Wudi. I want to follow you and learn swordsmanship, Yang Wudi said directly. His tone wasn't pleading, but rather one that didn't allow rejection. It meant that he was determined to follow Chu Mu, regardless of whether Chu Mu agreed or not. Everyone was stunned. Bai Lu's expression became more and more unsightly. Yang Wudi had been brought here by him to cause a scene. Now, not only had he failed, he even wanted to stay and follow someone else. As you wish. Chu Mu knew that unless he killed this kind of person, rejecting him was equivalent to not rejecting him at all. It was a waste of breath. Brother Yang, please sit. Shintawudi laughed, fully displaying the demeanor of a host. He then looked at Bai Lu. Brother Bai, we still have to continue the sword technique conference. You can watch from the side or leave. Humph. Bai Lu fiercely glanced at Chu Mu and, with a bit of anger, turned around and left. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 535. Bai Lu left, but Yang Wudi stayed behind. His actions were admirable. Bai Lu's purpose was to humiliate Yang Wudi, while Yang Wudi's purpose was to compete. Their methods were the same, but their purposes were different. Now that he had been defeated by Chu Mu, not only did he not leave in shame, but he also wanted to learn swordsmanship from Chu Mu to improve himself. Such a person only cared about the sword. The sword technique conference continued, but Long Qianshan's face was extremely gloomy. He glared at Chu Mu, stood up and said, Brother Shintu, I'm sorry, but I still have some matters to attend to in my family. I'll take my leave first. Shintawudi glanced at Chu Mu, then at Long Qianshan's face. He seemed to have understood something, but he was in a good mood, so he nodded and allowed Long Qianshan to leave. In his eyes, Long Qianshan was just a dispensable person. Brother Long, before you leave, I have a word of advice. However, Shintawudi suddenly opened his mouth and said, Brother Chu is a good friend of mine, Shintawudi, and has shown me great kindness. From now on, Brother Chu's matters are my matters. I hope that Brother Long will not delay yourself over some unimportant matters. Everyone did not understand, but Long Qianshan knew that Shintawudi was warning him not to deal with Chu Mu. Otherwise, Shintawudi would not just stand by. I'll remember. However, although I have some ability, I'm still not the head of the Li family. There are some things that I can't decide. Long Qianshan said in a deep voice and strode away. Long Qianshan's departure did not affect the mood of the crowd. Because Chu Mu had defeated Chu Mu with one strike, everyone was in high spirits. They all toasted to Chu Mu and asked him questions. They all wanted to make friends with him. They were not fools. Although Chu Mu seemed to have broken through to the origin realm less than a year ago, Chu Mu was younger than them. Moreover, his terrifying swordsmanship made them understand that as long as a swordsman like Chu Mu did not die prematurely, he would definitely surpass them in the future. Befriending such a future powerhouse was a very fortunate thing. Only a fool would offend him. They couldn't help but think of Long Qianshan. Although they didn't know what had happened, they weren't fools. They all had their own guesses and laughed at Long Qianshan. Chu Mu did not reject the good intentions of others, nor did he deliberately pander to them. Based on his personality, he casually replied and did not delve too deeply into it. However, the others did not dare to think much of it. Many people asked Chu Mu for guidance on swordsmanship. Chu Mu also gave simple answers, but they were straight to the point, which was admirable. There were also quite a number of people who went up to spar with their swordsmanship. After sparring, they all asked for guidance from Chu Mu. Chu Mu was not stingy with his guidance, which made them very happy. About half a day later, the sword sparring stopped and the trading began. The trading was a part of the sword technique conference. The participating swordsmen would take out their treasures and see if anyone needed them. They could also use spirit stones to buy them or trade them for treasures. Soon, night fell, and the sword technique conference came to an end. Everyone cupped their hands and bid farewell to Shintawudi and Chu Mu. In the end, only Chu Mu, Shintawudi, and Chu Mu's follower, Yangwudi, remained on the third floor of the Golden Sand Pavilion. Brother Chu, your swordsmanship is so terrifying at such a young age. It's simply unfathomable. I really don't know how you cultivate. Shintawudi sighed. His words were filled with deep admiration. Yangwudi also stared at Chu Mu. Chu Mu smiled faintly. I just spent a bit more time and thought. How could it be as simple as Brother Chu makes it out to be? It also requires talent. Shintawudi sighed. Yangwudi felt the same. Swordsmanship wasn't something that could be mastered just by putting in time and thought. Talent was indispensable. If one had talent but wasn't willing to put in effort, they would achieve nothing. If one worked hard without talent, every bit of progress would be very difficult. Their final achievements would be rather limited. Although it was said that nothing was impossible for a determined person, the difference between talent and lack of talent was still very obvious. Only those with talent and enough hard work could truly reach the top and surpass others. Chu Mu understood this principle. Yangwudi understood it. Shintawudi understood it too. Brother Chu, this time if it wasn't for you, I would have left a stain on this sword technique conference. My Shinta family's reputation would also be damaged. In short, if you hadn't intervened, the consequences would have been very serious. For this, I propose a toast to you. Shintawudi stood up and drained his cup in one gulp. Shintawudi's sincerity was also felt by Chu Mu. He raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. And Brother Yang, who shares the same name as me. Although your swordsmanship isn't as good as Brother Chu's, it's above mine. I admire you very much. I'm sincerely convinced that I lost to your sword. For this, I propose a toast to you too. Shintawudi filled his cup with wine and raised it again. You're welcome. Yangwudi's reply was very short. He raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. I, Shintawudi, am fortunate to know Brother Chu and Brother Yang. For this, I propose another toast to you both. Shintawudi said again. Fortunately, it was fruit wine. It had a wine aroma, but not much alcohol, so they wouldn't get drunk even if they drank more. Brother Chu, let me ask you a question. I hope Brother Chu doesn't think I'm being presumptuous. Shintawudi put down his cup and said, May I know what relationship Brother Chu has with the Leaf family? I once received a favor from an ancestor of the Leaf family. I was also entrusted by the ancestor of the Leaf family to help the Leaf family to the best of my ability so that the Leaf family can have a stable foothold and slowly grow stronger. Chu Mu thought for a moment before answering. Yes, the Leaf family is only a small family. They aren't very influential in the entire Jinsha region. The conflict with the Long family this time will probably lead to the destruction of the Leaf family. Shintawudi deliberated over his words. It's not that I'm looking down on Brother Chu, but the Long family is the third largest family in the Jinsha region. They have more than 1,000 years of history, and there are at least a dozen origin realm experts in the family. Rumor has it that the ancestor of the Long family has the strength of a sword saint. He's very powerful, but he hasn't appeared for decades. With Brother Chu's strength, going against the entire Long family is very difficult and unwise. If Brother Chu is willing, my Shinta family is willing to send out a notice to protect the Li family. At the same time, Brother Chu will mediate the conflict between Brother Chu and the Long family. What do you think? If the Long family is willing to let it go, I have no objections. Chumu said. He had a lot of troubles on his plate. Naturally, he wanted to minimize them. Good. Brother Chu is indeed a person who can take things and let them go. You're a necessary factor for great success. I'll go back tonight and mention this to my father. We'll settle it as soon as possible. Shintawudi was a swift and decisive person. In addition, he wanted to make friends with Chumu. Naturally, he had to do things properly. The two sides chatted for a while. They talked about all sorts of things. Some of them were things that Chumu had never heard of before, which greatly increased Chumu's knowledge. Finally, it was late at night. Chumu bid farewell to Shintawudi and left the Jinsha mansion. Yang Wudi followed Chumu. When he reached the Li family, Chumu saw a figure standing outside the gate. It was Li Kaitong. She seemed to have been standing there for a long time. Seeing Chumu return, she was very happy. Lord Chu, you're back, Li Kaitong said happily. This friend will be staying in the Bee Mountain courtyard for a while, Chumu said, hinting at Yang Wudi. Yes, Li Kaitong said. She knew that someone who could be called a friend by Chumu was most likely an astral realm swordsman. He seemed to be less than 30 years old and was also a genius swordsman. He was probably someone that Chumu had met at the Sword Technique Conference. After returning to the Bee Mountain courtyard, Chumu let Yang Wudi pick a room. There were many rooms in the courtyard anyway. It wouldn't be a problem for a few more people to stay in. After a silent night, the sky just started to brighten. When Chumu walked out of his room, he saw a figure standing in the courtyard, practicing his sword. Yang Wudi had woken up earlier than Chumu. He was practicing basic sword techniques in the courtyard. His speed wasn't fast, but there was something special about it. However, Chumu noticed that Yang Wudi practiced for a while and then stopped as if he was thinking. Then he would practice again and again. After a few repetitions, he seemed to have improved. Chumu watched for a while before walking to the side and drawing his sword. He was also practicing basic sword techniques. It was something that he had to practice every day. As soon as Chumu appeared, Yang Wudi noticed him. When Chumu started to practice, Yang Wudi came over and stabbed his sword. His goal was very simple. By following Chumu, he could learn sword techniques anytime and anywhere and improve himself. Chumu acted as if he didn't see Yang Wudi stab and continued to practice his sword. His rhythm was even and didn't change at all. However, Yang Wudi's stab missed. In the next moment, Chumu's sword slashed out, forcing Yang Wudi to dodge and counterattack. At this moment, two figures walked into the courtyard. One was Li Kaitong and the other was Li Mingxin's son, Li Zhen. The two of them saw Chumu and Yang Wudi sparring, so they stopped at the door and opened their eyes wide to watch. Such an opportunity was very rare, so they didn't dare to make a sound. They were afraid of disturbing Chumu and Yang Wudi. They were also afraid that they would miss such an opportunity. In Li Kaitong and Li Zhen's eyes, the basic sword techniques seemed to come alive under Yang Wudi's sword. Each strike was filled with a unique charm that left people reminiscing about it. Chumu's sword techniques, on the other hand, were very ordinary. However, when Yang Wudi's sword was about to hit Chumu, he had to give up on defending or dodging. On the other hand, Chumu didn't seem to care about Yang Wudi. He just continued to practice his sword techniques. Li Kaitong and Li Zhen felt very depressed and uncomfortable. Their chests felt as if there was a huge rock pressing down on them. They almost vomited blood. In the next moment, the two swords clashed and the sound of metal clashing reverberated. It rushed into Li Kaitong and Li Zhen's ears, causing them to tremble. They spat out a mouthful of blood from their chests. Immediately, they felt much more refreshed and comfortable. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 536. The Sword Technique Conference lasted for 3 days. After Long Qianshan left on the first day, he did not appear again on the second and third days. However, this did not dampen the enthusiasm of the crowd. Because of Chu Mu, the discussion of the Sword Technique Conference was unusually lively, which made Shintawudi very happy. He knew that this time, the Sword Technique Conference was a complete success. It was better than the previous ones because of Chu Mu. If not for Chu Mu, the Sword Technique Conference would have been ruined by Bailu's scheme. It would have been a stain, and Shintawudi would have become a laughingstock. The reputation of the Shinta clan would also have dropped significantly. It was not an exaggeration to say that Chu Mu was his benefactor. It was close to saving his life. After the Sword Technique Conference ended, the crowd left. Only Chu Mu, Shintawudi, and Yangwudi, who had been following Chu Mu, remained. Brother Chu, I can't thank you enough. Here is my cup. Shintawudi raised his cup, smiled, and drank it in one gulp. Putting down the wine cup, Shintawudi frowned and said, My Shinta family has already pressured the Long family, and the Long family has agreed not to deal with the Li family in any way. However, the Long family has a condition. If we do not agree to their condition, the Long family would rather go to war with my Shinta family and fight to the death. What condition? Chu Mu asked. He did not look surprised. The Long clan believes that, Brother Chu, you killed an Origin Realm swordsman of the Long clan, causing the Long clan to suffer a great loss. This grudge has to be settled. Shintawudi said angrily. Therefore, the Long clan has proposed that they send an Origin Realm swordsman who is not even a sword sovereign to fight Brother Chu, regardless of life or death. If Brother Chu loses, only death will await him, and the grudge will be settled. If Brother Chu wins, the Long clan will not attack Brother Chu, and the grudge will also be settled. However, Brother Chu, don't worry. If Brother Chu is unwilling, my Shinta clan can put pressure on the Long clan again and make the Long clan cancel this unreasonable request. Shintawudi sneered. There was a sharp glint in his eyes. Clearly, the Long family's conditions had made Shintawudi lose face. As for a life and death struggle, the Long family only dares to talk about it. They can't do it. Thank you for your kind intentions, Brother Shintu. However, since the Long clan wants to lose another Origin Realm swordsman, I will fulfill their wish. Chu Mu said with a faint smile. As long as it wasn't a sword saint rank sword artist, Chu Mu wasn't afraid. Even if it was a sword saint rank sword artist, Chu Mu had a powerful trump card. This trump card was enough for him to kill the majority of sword saint rank sword artists. For a clan like the Long clan, Chu Mu didn't believe that their sword venerable level swordsman would have a trump card comparable to his. All right, I believe in Brother Chu. If you can kill one Origin Realm expert from the Long clan, then you can kill a second one. Let the Long clan go for wool and come home shorn. Let them have a taste of pain. Shintawudi clapped his hands and said in a clear voice, although he was the young master of the Shinta clan and the next head of the Shinta clan, he still wasn't the head of the clan. There were some things that couldn't be done by his own will. Brother Chu, the life and death battle between you and the Long clan's Origin Realm swordsman will take place 3 days later at the edge of the Windfire Desert. Shintawudi said, I will be there on time. Chu Mu said as he got up and left with Yangwudi. After Shintawudi sent off Chu Mu and Yangwudi, He sat alone in the Golden Sand Mansion for a while before getting up and returning to the Shinta clan to report the news. Very good. This Chumu is truly arrogant to the extreme. Long E, you will fight this battle. You can only win, not lose. Within the Long family's family master shouted, his killing intent flashing. Yes, Long E was an old man who looked to be in his 50s. His figure was tall and powerful, and he had the aura of a fierce tiger. His eyes were filled with an astonishing, baleful aura that was enough to scare an ordinary person to death. The news spread that in 3 days, Long E from the Long clan would have a life and death battle with the backing of the Li clan, Chumu, at the edge of the Windfire Desert. Immediately, all the swordsmen in the Golden Sand region were boiling with excitement when they heard the news. They dug up all kinds of information related to this battle and gradually understood the conflict between Chumu and the Long clan. Because of this, the Li clan was pushed into the limelight, and the Shinta clan sent out a timely announcement that the Li clan would be under their protection. The Shinta clan was the #1 clan in the Golden Sand region. They had a history of more than 2,000 years. Although they were not as powerful as other clans, they were still very powerful. With the protection of the Shinta clan, at least in the Golden Sand region, the Li clan would be able to take root and develop without worrying about being oppressed by other clans. In the courtyard of the Li clan, there were 3 people sitting in a pavilion. The first was Chumu, the second was Yangwudi, and the third was the head of the Li clan, Li Mingxin. Lord Chu, this Long E is an expert of the Desheng clan in the Origin Realm. Rumor has it that he has already comprehended 60% of his sword intent. Furthermore, he has also comprehended 60% of the profound of earth. He is very powerful, and his sword energy is vigorous. He is an expert in using heavy swords, and is one of the top 3 experts of the Long clan. Li Mingxin quickly said with a worried expression. Long, he was different from the Origin Realm swordsman who had been killed by Chumu. Long Yi's strength was many times more tyrannical. What other news? Chumu was instead very calm as he asked. Also, there are rumors going around saying that Lord Chu is overestimating himself. You have only been in the Origin Realm for less than a year, but you actually dared to have a life and death battle with Long E, a veteran Origin Realm swordsman of the Desheng clan. Li Mingxin hesitated for a moment, but still said, therefore there are already bets outside. The betting ratio is 10-1. 10-1. That is to say, if I win, I will get 10 times the amount. Not bad. Chumu nodded. Who is the one who started the bet? The Fan clan started the bet. Li Mingxin said with some bitterness. No matter if it was the Long clan or the Fan clan, they were both colossi that the Li clan could not afford to provoke. The #2 clan in the Golden Sand region. They should be very wealthy. Chumu nodded, then looked at Yangwudi and smiled. Brother Yang, do you plan to make a fortune? Of course. The eyes of Yangwudi shone, and he nodded without any hesitation. Patriarchally, here is 1 million high-grade spirit stones. I entrust you to bet on my victory. Chumu took out a best-quality space wristband and handed it over to Li Mingxin. 1 million. Li Mingxin held that best-quality space wristband with both of his hands. His lips were trembling and his face was filled with shock. 1 million high-grade spirit stones was a huge fortune for the entire Li clan. I bet 100,000. Yangwudi took out a high-grade space wristband from his bosom and handed it over to Li Mingxin. Patriarch Li, I will entrust this matter to you. Chumu laughed. This time, it's a perfect opportunity. I suggest that your Li family take out all the spirit stones you have and bet on me winning. When the time comes, your Li family will receive 10 times the amount of spirit stones. Think about it, 10 times the amount of spirit stones. How much wealth is that to the Li family? It can cause the Li family's overall strength to soar in a short period of time. Li Mingxin's hesitation was immediately shattered by Chumu's words. He clenched his teeth and made up his mind. Even if he had to sell everything he had, he would take out a large amount of spirit stones to bet on Chu Mu's victory. Lord Chu, this time whether our Li family will completely fall or rise again will depend on Lord Chu's battle. Li Mingxin said with a smile. His heart was filled with a myriad of complicated feelings. It was impossible to describe what he was feeling. Chu Mu just smiled and didn't say anything. His suggestion was only for Li Daoyuan's sake. As for whether the Li clan would accept it or not, that was their own business. If they accepted, the Li clan would definitely make a huge profit. If they didn't, they would only feel vexed in the end. This was a real bet. If they won, they would make a lot of money. If they lost, they would naturally lose everything and sink into oblivion. Whether to place a bet or not depended on one's foresight and courage. Clearly, Li Mingxin's courage was not bad. Lord Chu, Lord Yang, I will go to the Fan clan's gambling house to place my bet. Li Mingxin put away the 2 space wristbands, stood up and saluted with his sword. Go. Chu Mu nodded. Li Mingxin immediately turned and left. 1 to 10. I believe that Brother Chu will definitely win. Therefore, I will bet 100,000 high-grade spirit stones on Brother Chu's victory. In a courtyard of the Shinta clan, Shintawudi immediately laughed when he heard the news of the Fan clan's gambling house. In fact, he himself was not clear about Chu Mu's true strength. However, he had a feeling that Chu Mu would definitely win. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. If he wins, he will get 1 million high-grade spirit stones. That is equivalent to earning 900,000 high-grade spirit stones. Not bad at all. After Shintawudi ordered his subordinates to place their bets, he muttered to himself with a smile. His eyes sparkled. All right, I wonder if Brother Chu will place his bet after hearing this news. If Shintawudi knew that not only had Chu Mu placed his bet, but he had also placed 1 million high-grade spirit stones, it was unknown how shocked he would be. As the number 1 clan in the Jinsha region, the Shinta clan, 1 million high-grade spirit stones was nothing. However, as the young master of the Shinta clan, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones was a lot for him. 1 million high-grade spirit stones was something that even his entire fortune could not reach. Of course, if he became the patriarch of the Shinta clan, then he would be able to use the majority of the spirit stones of the Shinta clan at will. 1 million high-grade spirit stones would naturally be nothing in his eyes. Because the Fan clan had opened a gambling house, the odds were 1 to 10. Coupled with the contrast in strength between Chu Mu and Long Yi, the vast majority of the people who placed their bets immediately placed their spirit stones on Long Yi. Although Long Yi won, the amount of spirit stones they earned was not much. In the end, it was still a harvest. Idiots, they actually bet on Chu Mu winning. They really have eyes but can't see. The person in charge of the Fan clan's gambling house looked at the betting account and sneered. It's the Li clan. It seems that they intend to cut off all means of retreat. If they don't succeed, they will die trying. Another person in charge said with a smile, as for the Long clan, this time they directly bet 1 million high-grade spirit stones. It seems that they also intend to make a small profit. Say, if Chu Mu really wins, then the Long clan will suffer a double loss this time. Impossible. Long Yi's strength is very strong. He is above you and me. He is merely a swordsman who has only entered the origin realm for less than a year. No matter how much of a genius he is, it is impossible for him to be Long Yi's opponent. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 537. In the blink of an eye, under the anticipation of countless people, 3 days had passed. Countless swordsmen had gathered in the area bordering the Golden Sand region and the Wind and Fire Great Desert. There were swordsmen from various clans and forces, and there were also freelance swordsmen. Among them, the vast majority had bet on Long Yi's victory. As the strongest clans in the Jinsha region, The Shinta clan, Fan clan, and Long clan were all present. The other clans were also present, and they had gathered according to different camps. As for the freelance swordsmen, they had also gathered in one place. In the middle of them, there was a huge open space. Countless yellow sands were spread out, and it was at least a few thousand meters wide. In the middle of it, there was a tall and mighty figure. In the eyes of the crowd, it was as if he could support the heavens and earth. There was also a trace of sharpness emitting from him. Is he Long E of the Long clan? What a powerful aura! The veteran Origin Realm swordsman Desheng is indeed extraordinary. Oh no, I bet on Chumu. This time I'm going to lose. Ha 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 ha. Who told you to have a trace of luck in your heart? You wanted to gamble on that 1 in 1,000 chance. I'm the better one, fighting steadily. Although I won't earn much, I will definitely earn without losing. All kinds of discussions resounded without any concealment. There were exclamations, annoyance, and joy. At this moment, the swordsmen who had bet on Long E were very happy. They were excited because of the aura that Long E had displayed. They were greatly encouraged and full of confidence. They felt as if they had already earned their spiritual stones. This time, Long E killed that junior with the surname Chu. He should have some spiritual stones and treasures on him. All of them will belong to our Long clan. In addition, we will also get an additional 1,000,000 high-grade spiritual stones. In the camp of the Long clan, Long Air laughed nastily. That's right. Long E is one of the top 3 experts of our Long clan. His strength is only below the patriarch, and he is not inferior to the great elder. He is very powerful. Moreover, he has made ample preparations. He will definitely win this battle. Another Origin Realm swordsman of the Long clan laughed. He was full of confidence. Time passed little by little. People arrived one after another, but there was no trace of Chu Mu. Why is he still not here? Could it be that he is too scared to come? I think it's possible. Even if he is a genius, he has only been in the Origin Realm for less than a year. His comprehension in all aspects is lagging behind. How can he be a match for a veteran Origin Realm swordsman Desheng? I think he probably doesn't dare to come because he will be killed and buried here. The Li family members were also a little anxious. They didn't know why Lord Chu still hadn't arrived. Time passed by slowly. At that time, no one had said exactly what time it would be. Thus, everyone could only continue to wait. Lord Yang said that Lord Chu will appear before sunset. Li Kaitong came here from the Li family and said to Li Mingxin. Her voice was not low, and the others also heard it. Before sunset. All right, then I'll continue to wait until sunset. If he doesn't arrive by sunset, it'll be his loss. The sun in the sky slowly moved and sank to the west. It was already sunset. Finally, a figure stepped on the setting sun and strode over. It's Chu Mu. He's here. He's finally here. Suddenly, thousands of people were excited. They all looked at him as if they were waiting for the arrival of a king. Who does he think he is? The Long family members immediately said with disdain. I don't know who he is, but I know that he will soon become a corpse. The second elder of the Long family sneered, stepping on the afterglow of the setting sun. Chu Mu's back was infinitely elongated. Red light surrounded his body, forming an outline. It looked like a divine light, making Chu Mu look even more sacred. It made people feel awe-inspiring. For a moment, they actually had the urge to worship him. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Long E turned around and stared at Chu Mu with a cold expression. His voice was like a ferocious tiger's roar, rumbling with wind and thunder. Chu Mu suddenly felt as if Long E had fused with the yellow sand under his feet. His roar was mixed with endless yellow sand rolling towards him as if it wanted to drown him. Don't worry, I won't let you stay here for long. Chu Mu faintly smiled and said. His voice was flat, neither slow nor fast, but it contained a trace of fierceness. In an instant, The heavy momentum of Long Yi was cut apart. In a blink of an eye, Chu Mu arrived in front of Long Yi. They were separated by 100 meters. Everyone in the surroundings quieted down and held their breath, waiting for the start of the life and death battle. "The person you killed was my younger brother," Long Yi said with a trace of sadness and anger. "I will let you accompany him." Chu Mu indifferently replied. The arrogance in his words was shocking. "Arrogant, you will pay a heavy price for your ignorance." Long Yi flew into a rage and pulled out his sword. His sword was yellowish-brown in color. It was as wide as a palm and was very thick. It was a little longer than an ordinary sword. The blade of the sword was uneven and seemed to be full of bumps and hollows. It looked a little strange. After pulling out the sword, Long Yi's aura suddenly stabilized. A heavy sword pressure descended on the earth as if it had fused with the yellow sand. It had a kind of inseparable, majestic feeling, causing the sword pressure to instantly multiply, as if a heavy mountain. It directly fell on Chu Mu and crushed him as if it wanted to crush Chu Mu into a meat patty. An extremely sharp sword pressure exploded from Chu Mu's body and rushed into the sky. It instantly broke apart the heavy sword pressure that was crushing down, cutting it into pieces. This caused Long Yi's aura to fail again in this confrontation. "You have a little skill. I like to kill geniuses like you the most." Long Yi had an evil grin on his face as he raised his sword. Suddenly, everyone felt a sense of danger. As the sword slashed down, the wind whistled and the powerful sword pressure rolled up the yellow sand that filled the sky. It transformed into a rolling dragon and rushed towards Chu Mu with an unparalleled, overbearing aura. Long Yi's sword continuously slashed more than 10 times, and more than 10 yellow sand dragons rushed towards Chu Mu. Their aura was extremely shocking. In the eyes of Chu Mu, more than 10 meters long yellow sand dragons rushed towards him. The terrifying pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. Taking a step forward, Chu Mu's figure was like a ghost. He instantly passed through more than 10 yellow sand dragons and closed in on Long Yi. He unsheathed his desolate sky sword and slashed towards Long Yi's neck like lightning. The hair on Long Yi's neck suddenly stood erect. He was terrified and his complexion changed greatly. This sword made him smell the smell of death. What a fast sword! How did he pull out his sword? Many swordsmen were shocked. Only those who had seen Chu Mu's sword at the Sword Technique Conference understood how fast Chu Mu's sword was. Yang Wudi's eyes shone. For several days he had frequently fought with Chu Mu, but the result was that he was defeated. Moreover, the time he lost was almost the same. It wasn't that he didn't improve, but that Chu Mu didn't use his full strength. Now, facing the powerful Long Yi, perhaps Chu Mu had to use his true strength to let him clearly feel the gap between him and Chu Mu. Chu Mu's sword was fast, but Long Yi's reaction was also very fast. He promptly retreated and brandished his sword. The yellow sand and sword origin mixed together to form a shield around his body, blocking Chu Mu's sword. Moreover, he slashed out with his sword and counterattacked. The sound was like thunder and had a heavy force. The terrifying air was compressed under the sword, forming a vacuum blade that slashed towards Chu Mu. This kind of extremely compressed vacuum blade possessed an incomparably terrifying power. It could easily shatter refined steel. Chu Mu flicked his wrist, and the tip of his sword lightly touched the vacuum blade. Using an ingenious force, he immediately changed the direction of the vacuum blade, drawing an arc as it charged towards Long Yi. If Long Yi insisted on slashing down with his sword, he would be hit by the vacuum blade first. With no other choice, Long Yi used his good luck sword and shattered the vacuum blade. At the same time, a cold star enlarged in front of his eyes. That was Chu Mu's sword. The feeling of danger appeared again, and Long Yi had no choice but to retreat again, using a strange footwork. Every step he took caused the ground to shake. Yellow sand surged like waves and rushed towards Chu Mu, greatly hindering Chu Mu's movements. Contrary to Long Yi's expectations, Chu Mu unexpectedly didn't have any intention to chase after him, allowing him to open up the distance between them. In terms of cultivation, Long Yi had the cultivation of Deshang realm. Moreover, he had already settled down for several years, so his sword origin was very profound. On the other hand, Chu Mu's cultivation was merely at the beginning of the origin realm. However, in terms of sword origin quality, Chu Mu's Sky Desolate sword origin was comparable to an ordinary Deshang realm swordsman. Compared to Long Yi, there wasn't much difference. The amount of sword origin mainly determined the swordsman's output. It also had an effect on the power, but it wasn't as obvious as the quality of sword origin. In terms of swordsmanship, the gap between Long Yi and Chu Mu was too obvious. This made Long Yi's plan to use his swordsmanship to kill Chu Mu fail. He had no choice but to open up the distance between them. What powerful swordsmanship! What frightening attainments in swordsmanship! This Chu Mu's swordsmanship is too powerful. After Long Yi and Chu Mu opened up the distance, someone exclaimed in surprise. Although it was only a very short exchange, the swordsmanship Chu Mu had displayed was already shocking. Humph! What's the use of having good swordsmanship? In front of absolute strength, everything is in vain. It's nothing more than a futile struggle. An elder of the Long family coldly snorted with a gloomy expression. A heavy aura once again spread out from Long Yi's body and pervaded the surroundings, causing the air to become viscous and heavy. It was as if every speck of dust in the air contained the power of 1,000 kilograms. The air was heavy and yellowish-brown color pervaded the air. The surrounding 1,000 meters seemed to have become a dangerous place. Being in this place, Chu Mu felt his body being suppressed. He didn't move. It seemed as if he was truly being suppressed. Ha 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 ha. Under the pressure of my thick earth sword, your speed will definitely decrease by 30%. Your reaction will also decrease by 30%. I will use my swordsmanship to attack you one move at a time. I will behead you to vent the hatred in my heart. Long Yi gnashed his teeth in hatred. His pupils emitted a faint light like that of a wild beast. There was also some excitement in his eyes. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 538. The air became heavy. Chu Mu could clearly feel that every speck of dust in the air was as if a huge boulder was pressing down on his body. This made his body feel heavy. The soles of his feet began to sink as if they were about to sink into the yellow sand. Die! Long Yi shouted. His voice was like a mountain. The weight of the specks of dust in the air increased by several times. He raised his heavy sword and the air whistled. The specks of dust in the air gathered in succession. One after another, yellowish-brown particles adhered to the heavy sword. The thick earth sword origin within Long Yi's body surged out and filled the heavy sword. It converged with those heavy specks of dust, causing the weight of the heavy sword to increase by several tens of thousands of jin. It was incomparably heavy. The complexion of Long Yi was ferocious, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He held the heavy sword with both of his hands. His arms swelled, and a powerful force flowed in them. The terrifying explosive force was as if a volcano's magma. It seemed very long, but in fact it only took an instant. Long Yi raised the heavy sword and slashed down. The sword slashed down. Mountain-breaking chop. A violent roar came out from Long Yi's throat. The roar wreaked havoc and shook the eardrums of countless people. Each and every one of them widened their eyes. The heavy sword seemed to have multiplied by 10 or even 100 times. It transformed into an enormous yellowish-brown sword ray that could split a mountain in half in an instant. Its might was unparalleled, and it was overbearing beyond compare. Before the sword ray arrived, Chu Mu could already feel the terrifying pressure descending upon him, crushing his body repeatedly. It was as if his body was going to be crushed into pieces. Under that heavy and overbearing sword pressure, the air was pushed away, forming a vacuum. Chu Mu took a breath and suddenly felt as if he couldn't breathe in anything. There was a kind of oppressive, suffocating feeling. It was so uncomfortable that he almost vomited blood. Traces of sharpness and fierceness were restrained, and they were buried deep within the overbearing and heavy pressure. Once struck, one would definitely suffer the miserable fate of being torn apart and transformed into powder. Under the powerful pressure of the fine dust, the soles of Chu Mu's feet had already sunk into the yellow sand. Facing the extremely overbearing mountain-breaking chop of Chu Mu, and under that incomparably terrifying sword pressure, his hair fluttered in the wind, making people worried whether his entire scalp would be torn apart or not. Moreover, the cheeks of Chu Mu had also sunk in due to the powerful wind pressure. Die! The members of the Long family clenched their fists, their eyes filled with excitement. The members of the Li family looked worried and clenched their fists. I'm going to win. Haha, I'm going to get my spirit stones. You can't just die like this. Even if you lose, you have to struggle a little more. In their opinion, Long Yi's sword was peerlessly domineering and unparalleled in strength. It could destroy mountains and break mountains, and it was enough to kill Chu Mu. As for Chu Mu, he didn't move at all. It was as if he was unable to move or resist under the pressure of Long Yi's sword. He could only wait for death to descend. Just when many people thought that Chu Mu was going to die for sure, Chu Mu pulled out his sword. Cutting Moon. The speed at which he pulled out his sword was so fast that even the experts of the Shinta family were unable to see it clearly. They were only able to see a vague sword light, and immediately a 10-meter-long, dark, golden crescent moon broke through the sky and shot out. In an instant, everyone felt as if all the light in their surroundings had disappeared and was swallowed by darkness. Only the dark, golden crescent moon emitted dazzling rays of light as it slowly rose, tearing apart the darkness and descending. As if it was made from dark, golden metal, swordsmen with outstanding eyesight could clearly see that on the dark, golden crescent moon, there were countless patterns distributed, outlining a complete and mysterious pattern. There was a beginning and an end, but also as if there was no beginning and no end, forming the entire dark, golden crescent moon. Every pattern contained an astonishing sharpness. This was a perfect sword skill. Almost every astral realm swordsman had created their own sword skills. However, not all of them were able to perfect their sword skills. Most of the sword skills created by swordsmen were actually incomplete. A perfect sword skill might not be much stronger than an incomplete sword skill, but in terms of stability, control, and other aspects, it was above an incomplete sword skill. Whether a sword skill was perfect or not depended on the patterns distributed on it after it was executed. Those patterns were the elements that made up the sword skill. In other words, they were formed by the combination of sword energy, sword intent, and profoundness. For a perfect sword skill, the sword patterns on it seemed to have a beginning and an end, but also no beginning and no end. It was a mysterious thing. As soon as the cutting moon was executed, some of the experts knew that Long Yi's sword wouldn't be able to kill Chu Mu. With a boom, the cutting moon collided with a humongous yellow-brown sword light that could cut through a mountain. Kacha sound resounded, and the beheading moon shattered into several tens of pieces. The huge yellowish-brown sword light also shattered into several tens of pieces. Under the shattered beheading moon, the shattered yellowish-brown sword light shot towards Long Yi in succession as if they were being pulled. The magic of a perfect sword skill began to show. Good. The people of the Li family couldn't help but yell. Some of the experts had a wonderful expression, but the people of the Long family had a very ugly expression. Long Yi's expression changed greatly. The fragments of the cutting moon and mountain-breaking slash were too fast, and they densely covered the surrounding dozens of meters. The terrifying sword pressure hit Long Yi's body, increasing the pressure on him. He mainly cultivated the earth sword energy and comprehended the earth's profoundness, so he wasn't good at speed. In this situation, he couldn't dodge at all. Since he couldn't dodge, he could only take it head-on. Immovable mountain. With a shout, Long E moved his sword with both hands. The thick earth sword energy poured into the heavy sword, and the air around him became as thick as water. The heavy sword circled around him, and a layer of yellow-brown sword shadow suddenly appeared. It circled around him, and in the blink of an eye, it condensed into the shadow of a mountain. Sword Shadow Mountain. On the mountain formed by the sword shadows, there are sword inscriptions. However, they were not complete. Only 2/3 of the sword inscriptions were present. Mountain Breaking Slash was Long Yi's offensive sword skill, and Immovable Mountain was his defensive sword skill, a pure defensive sword skill. In terms of completion, Immovable Mountain was above Mountain Breaking Slash. It was the first sword skill Long E created, and its defensive power was very shocking, just like its name, Immovable Mountain. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Several tens of fragments bombarded the Sword Shadow Mountain. The bombardment caused the Sword Shadow Mountain to tremble endlessly. The complexion of Long E was very red. He desperately poured out his sword Origin to maintain the Sword Shadow Mountain. Cutting iron. Chu Mu's figure strangely appeared beside Long E, and his sword slashed out. It looked ordinary, but it made Long Yi's hair stand on end. Get lost! Long E roared, and a terrifying sword pressure wreaked havoc, rushing towards Chu Mu. He swung his heavy sword in an attempt to block Chu Mu's sword. A clanging sound rang out. Under the iron slash, the heavy sword in Dragon One's hand was instantly broken. However, Dragon One also caused the power of Chu Mu's sword to greatly decrease. After breaking through the mountain of sword shadows, it was unable to continue forward. Dragon One flew up and kicked towards Chu Mu with the force of a mountain. The entire space seemed to be moving. Swordsmen mainly cultivated the sword, but in battle, other than the sword, fists and feet could also be used as support, but very few people would do so. Few didn't mean no, at least Long E would. His kick was powerful, and it was as if it could break a mountain. Moreover, it was unexpected, and Chu Mu had no choice but to dodge. Long E didn't know why he, whose cultivation was higher than Chu Mu, was reduced to such a state. He was extremely sullen in his heart, and he quickly retreated, took out a porcelain bottle from his bosom, opened it, and threw a yellow-brown pill into his mouth. With a boom, the pill dissolved, and a terrifying aura several times stronger erupted from Long Yi's body. Long Yi's whole body seemed to have swelled up, and his whole body was filled with terrifying power. The surrounding air was affected and became sticky. Earth Essence Pill. Long E actually took an Earth Essence pill. A sharp-eyed person discovered this point and immediately cried out in alarm. The Long family is really unscrupulous in order to win. They even used an Earth Essence pill. The people of Shinto clan laughed in disdain. Long Yi's strength is very strong, and after taking the Earth Essence pill, his sword origin and the strength of his body have at least doubled. This time, Chu Mu is really dead. Long Yi's cultivation was very strong, and everyone knew that although Chu Mu had displayed the strength to fight against Long E, they all believed that it was only temporary and explosive. Now, Long E didn't hesitate to take the Earth Essence pill, and his strength had doubled. The gap between him and Chu Mu was even more obvious. Chu Mu was undoubtedly going to lose, and losing meant death. Once again, a heavy sword appeared in Long Yi's hand, and as he waved it, the wind whistled and his aura surged. Wave after wave, it was like a surging tide, and that terrifying pressure invaded, causing the surrounding few meters to become a forbidden area. Chu Mu found that once he got within a few meters of Long E, he would be affected, and his speed and reaction would be greatly reduced. It seems that my plan to use Iron Point Kill to kill him has failed. Chu Mu quickly retreated and increased the distance between them. He was very clear that this was because his cultivation was too weak compared to Long Yi's. At this moment, Long Yi's sword origin had already reached the great circle of the origin realm. Moreover, his physical strength had doubled, and when combined, his explosive power was even more shocking. The tyrannical strength brought about a terrifying wind pressure, preventing Chu Mu from getting close to him. Zhan Yu wasn't enough to deal with Long Yi. An iron point kill was also ineffective because it couldn't get close. Now this was the only way. Ha ha ha, powerful strength. Go die, 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 die. Long Yi's voice was like rolling thunder. As he roared, he waved his heavy sword, and waves of incomparably violent yellow-brown sword origin slashed through the air. Every wave of sword origin contained a powerful sword intent and the profound of earth. It was extremely terrifying, and the yellow sand filled the sky like a roaring dragon. It stuck close to the ground and rushed towards Chu Mu, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, wanting to tear Chu Mu to shreds. Facing dozens of yellow sand dragons, Chu Mu seemed extremely small. However, he took a deep breath, and his expression became increasingly calm. He slowly raised the 8-sided desolate sky, sword in his hand, and slowly withdrew it. Dual polarity. From Chu Mu's throat, a thunderous roar came out. The sword that he had slowly withdrawn suddenly stabbed out. In an instant, the profound of water and the profound of fire erupted like 2 dragons. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 539. This was the first time Chu Mu had used a new sword technique. This sword technique was called dual polarity. The water and fire profound were like 2 dragons. One was blue like flowing water, while the other was red like rolling lava. They emerged from Chu Mu's body and rushed towards the desolate sky swords. They moved side by side along the 2 sides of the desolate sky swords. The sword essence surged, and the desolate sky sword essence poured in like a tidal wave. The water profound was the pinnacle of water, while the fire profound was the pinnacle of fire. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at Chu Mu's sword. Is he crazy? He actually wants to use the water profound and fire profound at the same time. Is he trying to commit suicide? Everyone knew that different profound could be fused. In theory, the water profound and fire profound could also be fused. However, the difficulty was too high and the success rate was extremely low. This was because water and fire were opposites to begin with. It was either water extinguishing fire or fire evaporating water completely. There had been many records of swordsmen attempting to fuse the profundities of water and fire. In the end, the forceful fusion had failed, causing the 2 powers to clash and explode, leaving nothing behind. Since ancient times, there were too few swordsmen who were able to fuse the 2 profound meanings together. Chu Mu was too young, yet he already had such shocking attainments in swordsmanship, powerful strength, and a perfect rank sword technique. All of this was already very shocking. Now, Chu Mu had also displayed 30% of the water and fire profound, which once again stimulated everyone's hearts. Now, Chu Mu actually wanted to fuse the water profound and fire profound. This was almost a fantasy. Chu Mu did not know what everyone was thinking. He stared at the desolate sky swords. This was the first time he had used dual polarity since he created it. The dozens of sand dragons in front of him seemed to have frozen. Time seemed as long as a century. The blue water profound and red water profound finally met at the tip of the desolate sky swords. There was no expected explosion. The lively blue and dazzling red met and miraculously fused, turning into a purple spot. The deep purple seemed to contain countless mysteries as sword patterns slowly formed. Fused, fused! All of them were dumbfounded, and their thoughts came to a halt. The purple color became brighter and brighter, and it also became deeper and deeper. 2 completely different feelings appeared at the same time, making people feel very strange. Suddenly, The 8 desolate sky swords trembled slightly, and the purple light shot out like an aurora. It was impossible to describe how resplendent and peerless this purple light was. Everyone could only use words like noble, elegant, mysterious, profound, and so on to describe it. It was like flowing light, like a dream, full of magnificence. They mistook it for an illusion. Chi, the purple aurora, pierced through a yellow sand dragon at an unparalleled speed and shot towards Long E without slowing down. The speed of that purple aurora was so fast that Long E was unable to react in time. His pupils were enlarged and he was at a loss. Although he saw that resplendent and elegant purple aurora, he felt a strong sense of crisis and his soul nearly exploded. However, his body was unable to keep up with his consciousness. He could only look on helplessly as that purple aurora flew towards him and pierced through the space between his eyebrows. Pucci! Sounds entered his ears. It was so pleasing to the ear, and Long E felt his consciousness gradually drifting away. His body slowly fell to the ground, and his eyes were wide open. They were filled with confusion and unwillingness, and his face was filled with astonishment. Dead. Dead. Everyone watched as the dozens of yellow sand dragons collapsed as if they had lost their support. They also saw Long E lying on the yellow sand ground. For a moment, they were unable to react. Then, they swallowed their saliva with difficulty. A great reversal. A shocking reversal. Chu Mu, who was originally at a disadvantage, had actually turned the situation around in an instant. He had killed Long E, and he had not suffered any injuries. It even looked like he had held back. The people of the Shinto family smiled. The people of the Li family heaved a sigh of relief, and then became overjoyed. The people of the Fan family had gloomy expressions, and the people of the Long family looked as if their parents had died. They looked at Chu Mu with an indifferent expression. In fact, that strike just now had consumed a lot of energy, and it made him feel a little tired. However, his strong willpower allowed him to hide all the negative emotions, and no one could see it. The incomplete dual polarity is actually so powerful. Chu Mu thought to himself and was shocked. However, this is also because Long Yi's reaction was too slow, and he did not have time to use any defensive techniques. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to kill him. Based on the dual polarity of water and fire profound, although its power was stronger than moon slaying, if Long Yi had used immovable mountain defense, Chu Mu estimated that at most, he would have been able to break through immovable mountain defense. Unfortunately, Long Yi's speed was very weak, especially after taking the earth elemental elixir. His sword origin and physical strength had doubled, but his weakness in speed was even more obvious. If it had been other swordsmen, their speed would not have been so weak, and they might have been able to defend or avoid their vital points in time. In general, the dual polarity sword skill was not perfect, but it also reflected its extraordinary power. The fusion of water and fire profound was too difficult. Even with Chu Mu's monstrous comprehension, he had only achieved the initial fusion. Therefore, it consumed a lot of energy and there was not much left. Die. Suddenly, the Long family's Long Tu turned into a phantom and appeared beside Chu Mu. A cold sword light bloomed and slashed towards Chu Mu as if it was cutting through steel, attempting to take Chu Mu's life. As long as they successfully killed Chu Mu, even if the Shinto family attacked, the Long family would be able to deal with them. After all, they believed that the Shinto family would not fall out with the Long family over a dead person. Therefore, in order to ensure the success rate of killing Chu Mu, Long Tu used his speed to the fullest. Moreover, it was very sudden, and he did not use any sword skills. Using a sword skill required a little bit of time, and it would be easy for the opponent to detect it. Chu Mu's hair stood on end, and his soul almost exploded. A strong sense of danger filled his entire body. That cold sword light seemed to have locked onto its prey. Chu Mu only felt his scalp go numb from the viper shooting out from the darkness. Damn it! The Shinto family's people's faces suddenly changed, while the Fan family's people revealed a smile, and the Lee family's people cried out in alarm. Yongwudi and Shintawudi's faces suddenly changed, and they suddenly rushed out, brandishing their swords with killing intent. Chu-Mu's eyes suddenly emitted a terrifying light, and his subconscious was faster than his thoughts. He took a step forward and used reverse space step, appearing behind Long Tu, causing Long Tu's sword to miss. Shit! When Long Tu's sword missed, the phantom of Chu-Mu in front of him dissipated, and he had a bad feeling. Just as he was about to quickly rush forward, a sword light, like a line between heaven and earth, appeared behind Long Tu. A slight sound entered Long Tu's ears, and it was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing all the hair on his body to stand on end, and he was extremely frightened. His body rushed forward a dozen meters due to inertia, and his head suddenly flew high into the air, and a large amount of blood spurted out from his neck like a fountain. The scarlet color reflected the sky, and it was like a rainstorm falling on the earth. Long Tu! The people of the Long family involuntarily cried out. Two whistling sounds rang out, and the sword skills of Yongwudi and Shintawudi pierced through the air and bombarded Long Tu's corpse, tearing it into pieces. The experts of the Shinta family also moved, turning into flowing light and appearing beside Chu-Mu, preventing the people of the Long family from making another move. He must die, he must die. The scarlet eyes of the Long family's patriarch stared at Chu-Mu, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. Staring at Chu-Mu, the aura of the Long family surged and gushed out uncontrollably. Shinta Cheng, this person fought to the death with Long Yi and killed Long Yi. I have nothing to say, but not only did he kill Long Yi, he also killed Long Tu. He is a murderer and must die. An elder of the Long family shouted. Kill him, the murderer must die. The Dragonians roared angrily. If your Long family wants to fight to the death with my Shinta family, then make your move, and my Shinta family will accompany you to the end. Shinta Cheng looked at Shintawudi, then looked at Chu-Mu, and then looked at the patriarch of the Long family with a cold smile. Shinta Cheng, you should be very clear that once our two families start a war, even if my Long family is annihilated in the end, your Shinta family will definitely suffer a great loss. The patriarch of the Long family threatened, his face incomparably gloomy. Remember, Long Yi was killed because his skills were inferior, and Long Tu was killed because he launched a sneak attack, which was shameful. I want to say it was good to kill him. Shinta Cheng shouted. If your Long family has the guts, then let's start a war now. Let's see if my Shinta family will suffer a great loss after your Long family is annihilated. Shinta Cheng, you. The patriarch of the Long family's face was ashen, and the people of the Long family did not dare to make a sound. Although they were angry, they were not stupid. The Shinta family's foundation was far greater than the Long family's, and if they really started a war, the Long family would definitely be annihilated. As for whether the Shinta family would suffer a great loss, or only a superficial one, they did not know. Other than the person in charge of the Shinta family, no one else knew. Moreover, even if the Shinta family suffered a great loss, the Long family would not be able to see it. Long family, remember, today's death match was initiated by your Long family. Long Yi's death techniques were inferior, and Long Tu launched a sneak attack, which was extremely shameless. If the Long family wants to pursue this matter, my Shinta family will accompany you to the end. Shintawudi took a step forward and said in an overbearing tone, if the Long family does not pursue this matter, then the enmity between the Long family and Chu-Mu will come to an end. If I find out that the Long family secretly went against their promise to deal with Chu-Mu, my Shinta family will definitely not let this matter rest. As the young master of the Shinta family and the future patriarch, Shintawudi's words carried a lot of weight. Good, very good. I'll remember today's words. The patriarch of the Long family knew that today the Long family had lost a lot of face. If they continued to be entangled, they would not be able to gain any benefits and would instead be mocked. He coldly swept his gaze over Shintawudi and then looked at Chu-Mu and said gloomily, Chu-Mu, I hope that you can continue to live and live well. Don't die so early. Of course, if you die one day, it will have nothing to do with our long family. You can only blame yourself for being too arrogant and provoking trouble everywhere." After saying that, the patriarch of the Long family left with his people. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 540. Haha. Great, with these spirit stones, our Li family will have more funds to develop. In the hall of Li family, Li Mingxin laughed heartily without any fear of the prestige of the patriarch. He was truly too happy. The great elder of Li family and the other elders were also incomparably happy. Each and every one of them had a gratified appearance. This time, Li family had cut off all means of retreat. They had reached a consensus and used 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. A portion of these high-grade spirit stones were obtained from Long family's third young master and his sword guards. The majority of the spirit stones were pooled together by Li family. Now they had received a huge return, 1 to 10, other than recovering their capital. The Li family had also earned a total of 900,000 high-grade spirit stones. To the Shinto and Long families, this was nothing, but to the Li family, this was a huge fortune. To the Li family, this was the first bucket of gold for the Li family to rise again, and it was extremely important. As for Chu Mu, other than getting back 1 million high-grade spirit stones, he also obtained 9 million high-grade spirit stones. Yang Wudi, Shinto Wudi, and the others who had bet on Chu Mu's victory all received generous returns. Of course, those swordsmen who had bet on Long Yi's victory all lost. They continuously cursed Long family for being trash. A veteran Origin Realm swordsman, Deshang, was actually killed by a swordsman who had broken through to Origin Realm less than a year ago. This caused them to lose a large amount of spirit stones. Some were happy and some were sad. The members of the Fan clan all had ashen faces, especially the eldest daughter of the Fan clan, Fan Fenghua. Her gorgeous face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. The reason was very simple. The Fan clan had suffered a great loss this time, and the impact on their reputation was also very great. It could be said that they had made a loss. Among the 3 major clans of Jinsha County, Fan family was ranked second. In terms of martial strength, Fan family was actually not much stronger than Long family. However, in terms of financial resources, Fan family was above Shinto family. This was because Fan family was different from Long family and Shinto family. The Fan family was born with a rich business mind. Every investment they made was just right. Even if they failed due to an unexpected situation, they would react quickly and minimize the losses. Therefore, the Fan family's financial resources grew larger and larger each time. The gambling house of this life and death fight between Chu Mu and Long Yi was opened by the eldest miss of Fan clan, Fan Fenghua. Since childhood, Fan Fenghua had shown incomparable talent in business, and her vision was extremely accurate. From the time she was in charge of the big and small business of Fan clan, she had never made a mistake. Just like her name, Fenghua. This time, she saw the opportunity and opened a big bet to sweep through Jinsha County. Almost 80% of the swordsmen in Jinsha County were involved, and the number of spirit stones involved could be counted with a sea of spirit stones. If they won, the Fan clan's profits would be a small matter, but their reputation would be greatly shaken once again. However, all of this came to nothing because Long Yi died under Chu Mu's sword. Before the start of the battle, who could have predicted that Chu Mu would be able to kill Long Yi and win? Even at the start of the battle, no one could have predicted the final outcome. Fenghua, you didn't make a mistake. It's just that Chu Mu is too monstrous. The head of Fan clan smiled bitterly. No matter what reason you give, it won't change the fact that I lost. The gloominess on Fan Fenghua's face disappeared, and that beautiful face became cold. However, I will learn from this. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The Long clan was filled with gloom. The head of the Long clan violently smashed the tables and chairs, making the entire room look like a ruin. Originally, Chu-mu had killed a swordsman of Origin Realm in the Li clan, which was a loss that had never happened in the past 10 years. Now, 2 more Origin Realm swordsmen of Desheng had been killed. This was the biggest loss the Long clan had suffered in the past 30 years. Both Long Yi and Long Heir were very important experts of the Long clan. Now that both of them had died, the impact on the Long clan was unimaginable. The Long clan's strength had declined, and their reputation had also fallen greatly. All of this was caused by that person called Chu-mu. Everyone in the Long family hated Chu-mu like a torrential river. They wanted nothing more than to skin Chu-mu alive and torture him for 7 days and 7 nights before killing him. Only then could they vent the hatred in their hearts. Gather all the elders. The head of the Long clan said gloomily after venting his anger. In the main hall of the Long clan, the head of the Long clan and all the elders had gathered. They were all sitting upright with serious expressions. "Brother Chu, I originally only admired your swordsmanship and thought that, in terms of true strength, you were inferior to me. But now I'm truly convinced." In Shintawudi's courtyard, Shintawudi laughed loudly. Other than Shintawudi and Chu-mu, Yongwudi was also present. Compared to Shintawudi's agitation, Chu-mu was indifferent. This time, the Long clan has suffered a double loss. However, I firmly believe that the Long clan's hatred for you is very deep, Brother Chu. They will definitely not let this matter rest. Shintawudi frowned and said worriedly, "With our Shinta clan's deterrence, the Long clan will definitely not dare to do anything on the surface. However, it's hard to say in the dark. As long as the Long clan doesn't personally act, they can spend spirit stones to hire assassins to assassinate you. I'll deal with whatever comes my way." Chu-mu smiled faintly. He had long understood that the Long clan would continue to deal with him. That was 100% certain. However, what kind of methods would they use? That was all. Assassination was indeed the most likely method. His worries were superfluous. In the face of an assassination that could come at any time, Chu-mu could only work hard to increase his strength. Only then could he survive the assassination and counterattack. Other than the Long clan, the Fan clan has also suffered a great loss this time. Fan Fenghua will probably bear a grudge against you. Shintawudi smiled again. He was very heartless. Being hated by a beautiful woman, especially a beautiful and intelligent one, is a very troublesome matter. Of course, it might also be a good thing. Chu-mu only shook his head and smiled. He didn't take it to heart. No matter how intelligent or beautiful Fan Fenghua was, it had nothing to do with him. In Chu-mu's heart, as long as someone wanted to deal with him or become his enemy, no matter who it was, they would have to pay the price. After spending half a day in Shintawudi's courtyard, Shintawudi's father, who was the current head of the Shinta clan, also met with Chu-mu. He didn't act overbearing or put on airs, giving Chu-mu a good impression of him. Of course, Shintawudi's father also had a good impression of Chu-mu. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The Long clan didn't take any action, and the Fan clan was as calm as a lake. It looked like everything had passed, and time continued to move forward. However, Chu-mu knew that the Long clan would definitely not give up. This was his intuition, and it had never been wrong. The reason why they hadn't taken any action until now was probably because the timing wasn't right or some other reason. It was definitely not because they had given up on this grudge. As for Chu-mu, in these 3 days, other than cultivating, he focused on comprehending the dual extreme sword technique. The foundation of the dual polarity sword skill originated from the profound of water and the profound of fire. There was more than one way to fuse these two opposing, profound powers. For example, when water and fire met, the two would cancel each other out. That could barely be considered a fusion, but it was a fusion with the least power. For example, water would remove the high temperature on the surface of the flame, turning it into a powerful cold flame. Once struck, the cold flame's power would be unleashed, turning the target into ashes in an instant. The cold flame's power was several times more terrifying than fire. Chu Mu had taken the most difficult path of fusion. In the process of fusion, the profound of water and the profound of fire would constantly collide and explode, and the explosion would be controlled to the smallest extent. In other words, the explosion caused by the collision of the two profound of water and fire would not be complete, but only a very small part of it. Even so, the two opposing profound powers would experience countless tiny explosions and be controlled to fuse as a whole. Not only would the explosion not affect Chu Mu, but it would also generate a powerful force, making the dual polarity sword's skill extremely fast. Moreover, its power would also be maximized under the continuous explosions. This was the most difficult way of fusion, and at the same time, it was also the most powerful way of fusion. It was full of danger, and if one wasn't careful, it was very likely that one would explode into pieces. Fortunately, Chu Mu had successfully taken the first step under the effect of the soul-cleansing profound pill. After that, every time he deepened the fusion, he would have to go through some danger, just like walking on a tightrope. However, as long as the fusion was successful, the power of the dual polarity sword would constantly increase. This was a path that ordinary people wouldn't dare to take. It could even be said that it was very crazy, because if one wasn't careful, they would die from the collision of the two profound. The profound of water and the profound of fire were opposites. Once they exploded, the power would be extremely terrifying. Not only would it destroy the body, but it would also destroy the spiritual world. A broken body could be repaired through some means. But if the spiritual world was destroyed, the soul would lose its foundation. It was like a snail that had lost its shell. There was no doubt that it would die. If others knew that Chu Mu had taken such a dangerous path, they would definitely be very surprised and even laugh at him for overestimating himself. During these 3 days, Yang Wudi and Chu Mu constantly fought, not only in terms of sword arts, but also in terms of overall strength. In terms of sword arts, he wasn't as good as Chu Mu. In terms of strength, he originally thought that he was better than Chu Mu, but now it seemed that he wasn't as good as Chu Mu. Therefore, after sparring with Chu Mu one last time, Yang Wudi left to pursue his own path of the sword. Yang Wudi was very clear that Chu Mu was very dangerous right now, but even if he stayed, it would be useless because he was weaker than Chu Mu. If it was a strong enemy that even Chu Mu couldn't deal with, then it would be useless for him to stay. Since that was the case, he might as well leave and pursue his own path of the sword, making himself stronger. I hope I can hear the news of you becoming a sword sovereign soon. These were Yang Wudi's last words before he left, filled with deep hope. At this moment, the sun was setting in the west. Yang Wudi faced the setting sun and gradually walked further and further away. Chu Mu's shadow was being pulled longer and longer. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 541. Early in the morning. As the sun rose, the golden red light illuminated the land. Everything was bathed in this light, full of vitality. In the courtyard, Shintawudi's excited appearance puzzled Chu Mu. "Brother Chu, big news, big news!" Shintawudi said excitedly. What big news has made Brother Shintu so excited? Chu Mu was curious. Excited, of course I'm excited. You know, the Sword Saint's ruins. The Sword Saint's ruins have appeared. Shintawudi was practically dancing with joy, his face flushed red. The Sword Saint's ruins. Chu Mu was shocked. The 2 words Sword Saint were enough to shock Chu Mu. Adding the 2 words ruins, the shock was even greater. The Sword Saint was the strongest existence on the ancient sword continent to date, and the ruins were most likely something like a palace or cave residence left behind after the Sword Saint's death. The word Sword Saint's ruins brought countless imaginations to swordsmen. It made them scramble for it like a flock of ducks. Thinking about it, would the Sword Saint's treasures be left behind in the Sword Saint's ruins? Would the Sword Saint's sword insights be left behind in the ruins? Or would the Sword Saint's inheritance be left behind in the ruins? Such thoughts, such temptations, constantly attacked the swordsmen who heard the news, making them go crazy. Even experts at the level of the sword of Gojoseon were tempted. On the path of the sword, it was very difficult to become a sword of Gojoseon, but that was not the end. However, for many sword of Gojoseon, that was the end. Because their potential had been exhausted, it was impossible for them to improve further. However, if they could find some treasure in the Sword Saint's ruins, they might have a chance to improve further. They might even be able to glimpse the mysteries of the Sword Saint. This time, our Shinto clan's old ancestor will also appear and enter the Sword Saint's ruins. Shintowuri said excitedly, because the Sword Saint's ruins appeared in the Purple Heaven Palace, the various clans in the Purple Heaven Palace have sealed off the news. Only the top 3 clans in each county have received the news. Chu Mu came to a sudden realization. In this way, it was equivalent to the Sword Saint's ruins being controlled by the various clans of the Purple Sky Mansion, and only they could enter. Otherwise, if the news spread, even the people of the top 10 sword sects would be alarmed. At that time, a large number of experts would come and enter the Sword Saint's relics. The various clans of the Purple Heaven Mansion would not even get a share. The Purple Sky Mansion had a total of 8 counties, and the top 3 clans in each county knew about it. In other words, all 24 clans had joined forces to control this news and prevent it from spreading. Brother Shinto, since this information is forbidden from being leaked, why are you telling me? Chu Mu asked. I want to tell you, so I'll tell you. It's also my father's idea. Shintowuri shrugged his shoulders and said, every family ranked in the top 3 can enter the Sword Saint's remains, but there is a quota limit. For example, our Shinto clan is the number 1 clan in the Jinsha region, so we have 10 spots. The Fan clan is the number 2 clan, so we have 8 spots. The Long clan is the number 3 clan, so we have 5 spots. Chu Mu listened quietly. Our Shinto clan has decided to give one of the spots to Brother Chu, so that Brother Chu can enter the Sword Saint's remains with our Shinto clan. Shintowuri's words were like a heavy bomb falling into a lake, suddenly exploding, causing Chu Mu to be extremely shocked. Brother Shinto, if you want to talk about the kindness from the Sword Technique Conference, I believe that you have already repaid it when I fought with Long E to the death. And the quota to enter the Sword Saint's remains must be very important. If your Shinto clan has one more person entering the Sword Saint's remains, you might gain more. To your Shinto clan, this is very important. So why are you giving it to an outsider like me? Chu Mu asked. Actually, there is a condition for giving Brother Chu a spot. Shintowuri laughed. That is to invite Brother Chu to become a guest elder of the Shinto clan. Normally, you will not need to do anything, and you will not be restricted. However, if the Shinto clan is in trouble in the future, Brother Chu will have to help the Shinto clan when you have sufficient strength. All right. Chu Mu thought for a moment, and agreed in less than 3 breaths of time. The Shinto clan was powerful and had a deep heritage. Whether it was inviting Chu Mu to become a guest elder of the Shinto clan or giving Chu Mu a spot to enter the Sword Saint's remains, it was a form of goodwill from the Shinto clan. The current Chu Mu was very weak compared to the Shinto clan. Chu Mu knew that the Shinto clan had their eyes on his potential, the potential to soar to the heavens in the future. However, the Shinto clan did not propose for Chu Mu to truly join them, but only as a guest elder. Shintowuri had also made it very clear that this was the duty of a guest elder. With such generous conditions, Chu Mu had no reason to refuse. The temptation of the Sword Saint's remains was something that even Chu Mu, with his willpower, could not resist. Furthermore, the Azura sword of Gojoseon had also transmitted a message to Chu Mu. Even an ancient sword of Gojoseon, like him, could not resist the temptation of the Sword Saint's remains. Good. Shintowuri laughed heartily. He was very happy with Chu Mu's reply. Brother Chu, the time to enter the Sword Saint's remains is tomorrow afternoon. When the time comes, Brother Chu, come to my Shinto clan first. We will move together and enter the Sword Saint's remains. All right. Chu Mu smiled. All right, then I'll take my leave first. Brother Chu, rest up and strive for greater gains in the Sword Saint's remains. Shintowudi stood up. His mission today was perfectly completed. He was very happy. After we return from the Sword Saint's remains, we will drink to our heart's content. We will not return until we are drunk. All right. Chu Mu stood up and sent Shintowudi out of the mountain courtyard. He then turned around and returned to the small pavilion. I never expected that the Sword Saint's remains would appear in the purple divine palace. The Azura sword of Gojoseon's voice sounded in Chu Mu's ears. He was very surprised. Anything is possible, Chu Mu replied. You are very lucky to have obtained a spot to enter the Sword Saint's remains. The Azura sword of Gojoseon said. He understood the value of the Sword Saint's remains better than Chu Mu. Inside, you might be able to find treasures that can increase your strength by leaps and bounds. And I might also be able to find treasures that can restore me. Restore? When Chu Mu heard the Azura sword of Gojoseon say the word restore, his tone clearly became excited. That's right. I lost my body and only my soul is left. I originally planned to use the sword sect's resources to cast a secret technique to regain my body after returning to the Azura sword sect. But this time, I was able to enter the Sword Saint's remains. Who knows, I might be able to find treasures that can restore my body. The Azura sword of Gojoseon's tone returned to normal after being excited. Of course, it is only a possibility. If I can obtain it, I can save a lot of resources for the sword sect. If not, I can only wait until I return to the sword sect. Chu Mu did not speak, but he had a thought in his heart. If there really was a treasure that could restore the Azura sword of Gojoseon's body in the Sword Saint's remains, he must obtain it no matter what. The Sword Saint's remains. In the Long family, the patriarch of the Long family looked at the sky with his hands behind his back. He muttered, "Cancel tonight's assassination attempt on Chu Mu." Patriarch. An elder was puzzled and hurriedly spoke. Tomorrow afternoon, we will enter the Sword Saint's remains. Our Long family has 5 quotas. According to the news I received, the Shinto family has given Chu Mu a quota. The patriarch of the Long family did not give the elder a chance to continue speaking. He continued in a deep voice. At that time, other than Qian Shan, the first elder, second elder, and Commander Longling will all enter. At that time, I will personally behead Chu Mu and dry his head to make an ornament. The patriarch of the Long family's tone was indescribably cold, causing the temperature in the room to drop rapidly. Commander Longling will also enter. The elders were shocked. Long E and Long Air were sword guards that had been nurtured by the Long family since they were young. Commander Longling was the commander of the Long family's sword guards. Before he went into seclusion, he was already at the origin Realm de Shang realm. Now that he had gone into seclusion for 20 years, how powerful would he be? All right, with Commander Longling going, killing that damn thing will be easy. Why are you looking for me? Within the pavilion in the courtyard, Chu Mu looked at the beauty with a face that could topple cities. His expression was like the water in an ancient well, without any ripples, as he asked indifferently. Of course, it's something important. Fan Fenghua's face was cold. Her eyes that were like the silhouettes of water fell on Chu Mu's face, as if she wanted to see through Chu Mu. Speak. Chu Mu said very directly, I can give you a chance to soar. Although Fan Fenghua was surprised that this guy was not captivated by her beauty. He was not even the slightest bit shocked by her beauty. This made Fan Fenghua feel a sense of defeat. However, what she was most proud of was not her beauty, but her talent in business. Therefore, she only felt a little displeased. Soar? Chu Mu's eyes flashed with a playful smile. In his heart, he had already guessed Fan Fenghua's meaning. Exactly. To a genius swordsman like you, this is absolutely a superb opportunity that's hard to come by in 100 years or even in your entire lifetime. Once you gain something, it'll absolutely allow your strength to advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. Fan Fenghua spoke confidently, and her beautiful and cold face was overflowing with confidence and high spirits. What's the condition? Chumu asked with a faint smile. Join my Fan family, and I can even marry you. Fan Fenghua said very naturally. She did not have the shyness and reservedness of an ordinary woman. It was as if she was not talking about herself. Chumu immediately understood that Fan Fenghua was probably using him as a bargaining chip. However, that was the freedom of others, and it had nothing to do with him. From Fan Fenghua's words, Chumu also understood that Fan Fenghua, like the Shinta family, had taken a fancy to his talent and potential. However, her method was more thorough than the Shinta family's. She wanted to completely pull him onto the Fan family's worship, become a member of the Fan family, and share the Fan family's glory and disgrace. I prefer freedom, Chumu said, rejecting Fan Fenghua. If you change your mind before tomorrow afternoon, you can come to the Fan family to look for me. You just have to tell me my name. Fan Fenghua did not pester him. She got up and spoke to Chumu in a confident tone. After she finished speaking, she turned and left, leaving Chumu with a beautiful back view. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 542. Within the Z Sky Mansion, there was a valley known as the Three Secluded Valley. It was one of the forbidden grounds of the Z Sky Mansion, as it was extremely dangerous. Few swordsmen dared to approach it, and even if they did, they would only move around the periphery. However, at this moment, there was a large group of people gathered in the Three Secluded Valley. There were already more than 100 swordsmen gathered here, and more swordsmen were arriving. It was very lively. It was noon. A group of people came from afar and entered the Three Secluded Valley. They were members of the Shun Tu family clan. There were a total of 10 of them, including Chumu. This time, other than Chumu, the guest elder, the other 9 people from the Shun Tu family clan were all from the Shun Tu family clan. Shin Tu Wudi and the other 8 experts from the family clan were all at least at the initial stage of the origin realm. One of them was even at the perfect stage of the origin realm. The aura they emitted was extremely sharp and strong, causing people to be alarmed. Soon, the Fan and Long family members arrived. Other than that, the other 3 large family clans from the other counties of the Z Sky Mansion also arrived. Some greeted each other, while others sneered at each other. It was obvious that there were some grudges between them. The Long family members' gazes landed on Chumu's face. Their gazes were filled with intense hatred, as if they wanted to cut Chumu into 1,000 pieces. Long Qianshan's gaze was especially vicious. As for a middle-aged man that Chumu did not recognize, he seemed to have facial paralysis. However, when his eyes landed on Chumu, it immediately made Chumu feel uncomfortable. It was as if he was constantly being sliced, as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake in the dark. Chumu was shocked to discover that this person's cultivation was at the peak of the origin realm. Long family's Long Ling. Shin Tu Wudi's father, who was also the head of the Shin Tu family, Shin Tu Kwangsha, whispered in shock. So it's him. Shin Tu Wudi immediately understood. He turned to Chumu and said, Brother Chu, this person is called Long Ling, the commander of the sword guards of the Long family. He is a lawless person. 20 years ago, he was already at the origin realm Deshang. He is very powerful and once killed a complete origin realm swordsman. After 20 years of seclusion, his cultivation should have reached the complete origin realm, and his strength should be several times stronger. This time, I'm afraid that he will make a move on you. However, as long as we enter the Sword Saint's ruins, Chumu will move with us, and he won't dare to make a move. Chumu nodded and did not say anything. However, he understood that even if he encountered Long Ling alone, Chumu would not be killed. Instead, he would be able to kill him. So you have already sided with the Shinta clan. A cold voice sounded in his ear, and it was filled with anger. Chumu turned around and saw a cold and beautiful face. It was the young lady of the Fan family, Fan Fenghua. Fan Fenghua was also at the initial origin realm, but her aura was not very stable. Obviously, she did not break through on her own. The Fan family must have used some methods to increase her cultivation. Indeed, Fan Fenghua's talent was not bad. However, she did not place much importance on cultivation. She placed most of her attention on business. Therefore, the Fan family used resources and pills to increase her cultivation. This time, Fan Fenghua would also enter the Sword Saint's ruins to look for opportunities. Due to her lack of strength, the Fan family had specially arranged experts to protect her at all times. Originally, she had invited Chumu, but was rejected. Now that she saw Chumu appear here, Fan Fenghua felt an indescribable anger in her heart. She felt as if she had been humiliated by Chumu. Chumu only smiled and did not answer. Fan Fenghua coldly snorted and turned her head away, no longer looking at Chumu. Chumu did not take this matter to heart. Time passed slowly, and the scorching sun slowly set in the west. All right, since everyone is here, let's prepare to enter the Sword Saint's ruins. An old man said loudly. He came from the number 1 family of the Purple Sky Court, the Jing family. He was an elder of the Jing family and was at the complete origin realm. As expected of the number 1 family of the Purple Sky Court, there were more than 20 people here. Among them, 5 were at the complete origin realm, 10 were Deshang, and 5 were at the initial origin realm. Shintawudi was transmitting his voice to Chumu, introducing the important members and experts of each family to Chumu so that Chumu could have a better understanding of them. Among all the young people present, the most outstanding one was the second young master of the Jing family, Jing Wuming. At this moment, he was holding his sword in front of his chest and closing his eyes to rest. As for Shintawudi, he was not even in the top 10 among all the outstanding young people. As for Long Qianshan from the Long family, there was no need to even mention him. As soon as the elder of the Jing family finished speaking, 2 old men walked out from the other 2 families. They each took out a small sword and began to pour their sword energy into it. 3 small swords flew into the air and turned into 3 beams of light. Their speed was unbelievably fast. Follow them. As soon as the voice was heard, the swordsmen all moved and chased after the 3 beams of light. There were a total of 8 counties in the Purple Sky Court. Only the 3 major families of each county were qualified to know the news. They had to keep it under control to prevent the news from leaking out. At this moment, the 24 most powerful families of the Purple Sky Court quickly moved. They divided into different groups according to their families and gathered together. As they went deeper into the 3 gloomy valley, the light became dimmer and dimmer. It began to affect the swordsman's vision. One had to know that all of the swordsmen present were at least at the beginning of the astral realm, although some of them were only at the beginning, and their true strength was not at the true astral realm. They still had the vision that only astral realm swordsmen had. The dimming of the light could affect the vision of an origin realm swordsman. Chumu could feel that there was a mysterious substance floating in the air, which made him very vigilant. As they went deeper into the valley, not only did the light become dimmer and dimmer, but there was also an oppressive qi spreading out. Even breathing became difficult. "We're here." A voice sounded. Everyone stopped. 3 beams of light shot into the darkness and disappeared without a trace. Immediately, a faint light appeared in front of them like ripples on water. This is the entrance to the Sword Saint's relic. The elder of the Jing family pointed at the faint light in front of them. Then he looked at Jing Wuming and said respectfully, "Young master, we can go in now." "Let's go." Jing Wuming opened his eyes. They were as clear as water. He did not look at the crowd and directly flew into the light. The members of the Jing family followed him. Let's go too. Another member of an aristocratic family moved. Let's go. One by one, the swordsmen of the families entered the faint light. You'd better stay with the Shinta family. Otherwise, once you're alone, you'll die. Long Qianshan's voice was transmitted into Chu Mu's ears through the sword chi. Then Long Qianshan and the rest of the Long family entered the Sword Saint's relic and disappeared as if they were swallowed by the darkness. Let's go in too, Shinta Kwangsha said. The Shinta family, including Chu Mu, had a total of 10 people. They all entered the faint light. What's going on? An elder exclaimed. My sword origin. Where is my sword origin? Another elder's voice was filled with fear. Sword origin has been imprisoned. Shinta Kwangsha was dumbfounded. Chu Mu also discovered that his Sky Baron's sword origin seemed to have disappeared. Although he could still see the Sky Baron's sword origin in his dantian, he could not feel it. The connection between his mind and sword origin had been severed by some mysterious power. Sword intent. My sword intent has also been imprisoned. It's not just my sword intent. My profound meaning has also been imprisoned. That is to say, our sword origin, sword intent, and profound meaning have all been imprisoned. Shinta Kwangsha regained his composure and analyzed. If we've been imprisoned, others will also be imprisoned. This should be the rule of the Sword Saint's relic. In this way, the level of cultivation, sword intent, and profound meanings comprehension has no place here. Everyone can only rely on their own bodies and the swordsmanship they've painstakingly cultivated. When Shintawudi heard this, he immediately looked at Chu Mu with a strange expression. He had seen Chu Mu's swordsmanship with his own eyes and had also challenged him. In the end, he was defeated by Chu Mu with a single strike. Shintawudi knew that that was not Chu Mu's true swordsmanship, because even Chu Mu had been defeated by him with a single strike. So far, Shintawudi had not seen anyone who could defeat Chu Mu in swordsmanship. Perhaps there were, but there shouldn't be many. In other words, among all the swordsmen who had entered the Sword Saint's relic, Chu Mu had the greatest advantage. Originally, Chu Mu's cultivation was only at the beginning of the origin realm. His sword intent seemed to be at 51%, and his profound meanings comprehension was only at 30%. For his age, he was indeed a genius. Even a veteran origin realm swordsman, like Dragon One, Deshang, was no match for him. However, Long Ling's strength was definitely above Dragon One's by many times. Chu Mu could not possibly be a match for Long Ling. And this time, there were more than 20 swordsmen who were stronger than Long Ling. It could be said that Chu Mu's strength could only be considered at the middle level. But now, after entering the Sword Saint's relic, the swordsman's sword origin, sword intent, and profound meaning strength were all restricted. They could only rely on their bodies and swordsmanship to determine their strength. Chu Mu had instantly risen to the high level. Shintawudi couldn't help but feel envious. He didn't know that Chu Mu's body was not an ordinary origin realm body, but the Sky Desolate sword body. The Sky Desolate sword body strength was 10 times that of an ordinary origin realm swordsman's body. In other words, in the Sword Saint's relic, the strength of one's body was an advantage, and the level of one's swordsmanship was another. Chu Mu had both advantages. This is going to be fun. Long family, I want to see how you will deal with me when you meet me. Chu Mu secretly laughed. This change was very interesting to him. Originally, there was a sense of urgency in his heart, but now it was a lot more relaxed and full of confidence. All of this originated from his terrifying swordsmanship. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 543. Elder Chu, since you've decided to act alone, I won't stop you. But you must be careful, said Shinta Kwangsha. I hope you'll reap great rewards, said Shintawudi, patting Chumu's shoulder gently. I will, said Chumu, smiling. He waved his hand and turned to walk in a certain direction. Watching Chumu's carefree figure leave, Shintawudi suddenly felt a bit envious. Entering the Sword Saint's ruins alone with only a sword, repaying his debts as he pleased. How carefree, how carefree. Unfortunately, he didn't have this ability. Don't follow me, said Jing Wuming indifferently. He hugged his sword and left the Jing clan's group. Ha 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 ha. Great. My sword chi, sword intent, and abstruse energy are all confined here. Who can defeat me? Said a loud laugh. A young man walked out of the darkness, carrying a sword with both hands. His face was full of arrogance. The rules of the Sword Saints made some swordsmen who are confident in their bodies and swordsmanship leave the group and act alone. After all, if you went alone, you'd reap great rewards, and it would be more exciting. Chu Mu strode forward. He only knew that this was the Sword Saint's remains, but he hadn't thought about what it looked like. It was dark in front of him and to his left and right. Even Chu Mu's perfect sword vision was greatly affected. He could only vaguely see a corridor about 10 meters in front of him. The corridor was gloomy. Chu Mu didn't know where it led, but since he was already here, there was no reason to retreat. The surroundings were completely silent. Only the rhythmic sound of his light footsteps could be heard, echoing in this deep and quiet corridor. As he walked, Chumu suddenly sensed an unusual chi. He couldn't help but stop. In front of him, a figure seemed to appear out of thin air and appeared in front of Chumu. It was a swordsman whose facial features were hard to make out. Only a shockingly sharp aura was emitted from his body and pervaded the surroundings. It was extremely shocking. Defeat me, and you can enter the second stage, said the figure. His voice was extremely cold, and it was astonishingly sharp. It was as if this person's body was a sword. Unknowingly, a sword light had appeared in his hand, reflecting a gloomy luster. In a flash, the sword light had already pierced towards Chumu. The sword light became dazzling, accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder. The momentum was swift and fierce, extremely shocking. This sword, mixed with the momentum of a mighty army, pierced towards Chumu. Chumu only felt a terrifying sword pressure lock onto him, and it was as if it wanted to smash his body into pieces. This sword was mixed with a strong killing intent. Chumu knew that the other party only had one goal in mind, and that was to kill him. There was no other way. Since that was the case, he could only counterattack and kill his opponent. Chumu could sense that there was no sword origin or sword intent in the sword, and there was no profound power. There was only pure physical strength and profound sword techniques. In terms of physical strength, Chumu did not fear Chumu. In terms of sword techniques, Chumu was even more fearless. He waved his right hand and unsheathed the Sword of Desolation. A sword light shot out like a bolt of lightning, and it was even faster and more dazzling than before. With a cracking sound, like an eggshell shattering, the opponent's sword paused under Chumu's sword before collapsing. Chumu's sword pierced through the figure's throat like a hot knife through butter, and he sheathed his sword. The entire process was astonishingly fast. If someone had been watching from the side, they would have thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. This was because they could not see how Chumu had drawn his sword, especially in the darkness. Chumu did not seem to have moved at all. In other places, different swordsmen encountered a similar test. They faced a strong opponent. Lifeless Jing killed his opponent with a single strike. The young man with the two-handed sword simply held his sword with both hands and cleaved his opponent in half. It was an extremely domineering move. There were also many swordsmen who displayed astonishing sword techniques with terrifying lethality. In short, the first Trials Guardian's sword technique was not particularly strong, so almost everyone passed. It was just that it was a little more difficult. Defeat me, and you can enter the third trial. As they continued forward, Another figure appeared in front of Chu Mu. His facial features were still unclear, but the imposing aura emitted from his body was even more powerful. It was extremely shocking, as if wave after wave of enormous waves were surging forth, wanting to drown people. Just from this aura alone, Chu Mu knew that this person was stronger than the first Trials Guardian, at least twice as strong. Just like the first Trials Guardian, the second Trials Guardian unsheathed his sword the moment he finished speaking. He raised his sword and cleaved it down. It was as if there was a mountain in front of him and he was going to cleave it in half. Without using sword origin, sword intent, or profound meaning, he had only used his own strength and profound sword arts to launch this attack. It was incomparably domineering. This required a certain level of mastery of sword techniques. It had already surpassed the standard of an ordinary Origin Realm swordsman. Chu Mu once again felt that he was being targeted. A terrifying sword pressure descended and suppressed his body as if it wanted to crush him. The sword light that cleaved down first compressed the air and formed a terrifying vacuum blade. It was extremely sharp. Die! Facing this tyrannical and peerless sword, Chu Mu once again pulled out his sword and stabbed out. The vacuum blade instantly shattered, and the sword light was like an aurora that streaked across the dark sky. Although it was launched later, it arrived first and pierced through the guard's forehead with incomparable speed. With a pop, the guardian disappeared. Chu Mu seemed to see that the corridor ahead had become longer. Defeat me, and you can enter the Heavenly Dragon Sword Hall. The third Trials Guardian appeared and said to Chu Mu with the same indifference. This guardian gave Chu Mu a completely different feeling from the previous two. He didn't have an astonishingly sharp aura, nor did he have a threatening edge. The feeling he gave Chu Mu was that he was very plain, just like an ordinary person. However, Chu Mu knew that such a person was either a very ordinary person or someone with a reserved edge. Clearly, this person was the latter. Swordsmen had their own edge. In theory, the stronger the swordsman, the more intense their edge would be. This saying wasn't wrong. Those swordsmen with an extremely strong edge were indeed terrifying. However, there was an even more terrifying existence, and that was the reserved edge. Reserved edge was a kind of realm. It was like a treasured sword that was hidden deep within its scabbard. Only when it was unsheathed would others know of its peerless edge. Reserved edge was a realm higher than external edge. It was a difference of several times in terms of strength. However, for Chu Mu, this realm was still not enough. At most, it was equivalent to Shintawudi's level. In other words, as long as one's sword attainments reached Shintawudi's level, there was a 70% chance of passing the third trial and entering the so-called Heavenly Dragon Sword Hall. The third trial's guardian attacked. This sword didn't have the mighty momentum of wind and thunder, nor did it have the frightening aura of thousands of soldiers and horses galloping. It also didn't have the sharp aura of 1,000 cuts. Instead, it had a kind of gloomy depth that was almost silent. This kind of sword was even more dangerous. It was purely for killing. All the sharpness was reserved within the blade. It was as if all the power was contained within the blade. Once it hit the target, it would all explode. That kind of power was terrifying beyond compare. Facing this almost soundless sword, Chu Mu still remained unmoved. He counterattacked with a sword, once again attacking later but arriving first, killing the opponent. The sword light that was just inches away dissipated in front of him. He passed. Too terrifying. I didn't even have the time to unsheath my sword before I was insta-killed. Me too. The guardian of the third trial is truly terrifying. Outside the Sword Saint's ruins, one figure after another appeared. They were the swordsmen that couldn't pass the 3 trials. Although they were killed, they weren't truly dead. Damn it. If I could use sword origin, sword intent, and profound power, I would definitely be able to pass the third trial. No one paid attention to these words that were said in a fit of pique. It's a pity that we didn't even enter the Heavenly Dragon Sword Hall. We didn't get anything. I guess that the so-called Heavenly Dragon Sword Hall should be the true location of the Sword Saint's ruins. As for the 3 trials, they are a kind of test. Test? What's the use of a test? He's already dead. Isn't the reason why he left behind a ruin for his descendants to obtain benefits? A burly swordsman glared and roared. Truly foolish. A swordsman sneered. The sword saint left behind a ruin and set up 3 trials. Perhaps it was to choose a suitable successor. The benefits inside are naturally prepared for the successor. This is the so-called Heavenly Dragon Sword Hall. Chu Mu quickly glanced around. After defeating the 3rd guardian, he took a few steps forward and found himself inside the palace. It was as if he had traveled through a space-time tunnel. The palace was 100 meters tall and looked extremely spacious. There were countless murals all around. They didn't seem to have any value, but they made the palace look even more majestic and extraordinary. At this time, 2 more figures flashed out almost at the same time, appearing in this huge and empty palace. Chu Mu quickly looked over and saw the Jing family's 2nd young master, Lifeless Jing, and the Tong family's disciple, Tong Tianming. They were the young swordsmen with the 2-handed sword, their faces filled with arrogance. At this moment, Lifeless Jing and Tong Tianming first glanced at each other, then looked at Chu Mu with astonishment. You're the first one to enter? Tong Tianming stared at Chu Mu in astonishment. Who are you? Lifeless Jing frowned and asked in an extremely cold voice. Chu Mu glanced at them and didn't answer. Instead, he walked closer to the wall and carefully examined the seemingly worthless murals, trying to find a way out. Chu Mu didn't answer. Tong Tianming and Lifeless Jing didn't say anything either. They each chose a direction and walked towards the wall, also carefully examining the murals. At that moment, one figure after another appeared in the palace. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 544. Inside the huge and spacious palace, one figure after another appeared out of thin air. Soon, there were over 100 of them. Chu Mu did not find any mysteries in the surroundings, so he observed the swordsman that appeared in the palace and was surprised. The 3rd guardian's swordsmanship was quite high. Normal Origin Realm swordsmen could not even withstand a single strike from him. It was unexpected that over 100 swordsmen could pass. However, Chu Mu realized that most of the swordsmen that entered were not young. In terms of cultivation, they were at least Deshang of the Origin Realm. Their swordsmanship, other than their natural talent, was tempered through a large amount of time and actual combat. It was different from Chu Mu's incomparable swordsmanship talent. He actually passed the first 3 stages. On the Long Clan side, the Long Clan's patriarch, Commander Longling, and the Grand Elder stared at Chu Mu. Their gazes were extremely ferocious, as if they wanted to pierce through Chu Mu's body with their sword light. Brother Chu, I knew you would be safe and sound. Shintawudi laughed. On the Shinto clan side, 5 out of 9 had passed. The Shinto clan's patriarch, 3 elders, and Shintawudi were the 5 that passed. Little friend Chu is indeed powerful. The Shinto clan's patriarch laughed. Basically, the 3 major clans of the Purple Sky Mansion's 8 counties all had people that passed the first 3 stages. Is this the Heavenly Dragon Sword Hall? There's nothing here. How do we leave? While many swordsmen were wondering, a powerful sword pressure descended from the sky. It was like a mountain, heavy and powerless. It was filled with terrifying power. In front of this sword pressure, all the swordsmen were unable to move. They could only feel their bodies being tightly bound. Following that, a figure appeared in the middle of the spacious palace. It was a middle-aged man in a golden dragon robe. The man in the golden dragon robe stood in the air with his hands behind his back. His figure was tall and mighty. His shoulders were wide enough to support the sky. His eyes were like heaven and earth, with the sun, moon, and stars revolving. They contained countless mysteries. mighty, domineering, and insufferably arrogant, with the figure in the golden dragon robe as the center. The immense sword pressure gushed out in all directions. It was like an endless torrent of a waterfall that washed over everyone. It was like a raging sea, causing them to be unable to move at all. Shock filled his heart. His entire body stiffened, and his blood seemed to have solidified. Even his heart seemed to have stopped beating. It was unbearable, an unbearable feeling that came from the depths of his soul. Pressure, a kind of bloodline pressure, suppressed everyone, making them feel small and insignificant, like ants facing a dragon. The innate difference in the level of life was like a higher life form facing a lower life form. This kind of submission came from the depths of their bones and souls, making everyone feel an impulse to kneel. Everyone present was an original realm swordsman, although their sword yuan, sword intent, and esoteric force were all sealed. Their willpower was extraordinary. Facing the golden dragon robe that was floating in the air, they resisted bitterly. They relied on their strong willpower and unwavering belief to not kneel. 107, less than I expected. The man in the golden dragon robe spoke. His voice was loud and clear, like the roar of a heavenly dragon. It was vast and majestic. There was a heavy and domineering feeling of power that made everyone's ears buzz, making them feel dizzy. Shortly after, the middle-aged man in the golden dragon robe looked around. All the swordsmen who were in his line of sight could not help but tremble, as if all their secrets had been seen through. I am the Sky Dragon, Sword Saint. 107 of you were able to pass the 3 tests and enter the Sky Dragon Sword Palace. This means that you all have some achievements in sword arts. The Sky Dragon Sword Palace is the palace that I lived in when I was alive. There are a total of a few hundred sub-palaces, and within each sub-palace there might be some treasures. The Sky Dragon Sword Saint explained the internal divisions of the Sky Dragon Sword Palace clearly. There were a total of a few hundred sub-palaces, and each of them had their own treasures, which made all the swordsmen excited. However, there shouldn't be many treasures left in these sub-palaces. The Sky Dragon Sword Saint changed the topic, which made everyone feel disappointed. He then asked, "Do you know what's the most precious thing in the Sky Dragon Sword Palace?" The group of swordsmen stared blankly at the man who called himself the Sky Dragon Sword Saint. "The most precious thing is my inheritance." As soon as the Sky Dragon Sword Saint finished speaking, it sounded like a great bell, and it exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. Inheritance. Sword Saint inheritance. Compared to the Sword Saint inheritance, the difference between those swords, pills, and cultivation techniques was like the difference between fireflies and the moon. No matter how many pills, swords, or cultivation techniques one obtained, there was no guarantee that one could become a sword saint. However, if one obtained the inheritance of a sword saint, there was a high probability that one could become a sword saint. The difference between a sword saint and a sword saint was as big as the difference between the sky and the earth. It was insurmountable. It wasn't just a difference in status, but also an absolute difference in strength. Every swordsman present was tempted, and even Chu Mu was not spared. Obtaining the inheritance of a sword saint might not guarantee that one could become a sword saint, but at least one would obtain a pass to become a sword saint. Moreover, even if one couldn't become a sword saint in the end, one could at least become an expert among the sword of Gojosian, surpassing ordinary sword of Gojosian. Who could resist such temptation? In an instant, the swordsman's breathing became heavy. "My inheritance can only be obtained by one of you." The Sky Dragon Sword Saint continued, "If you want to obtain my inheritance, you must defeat others and pass my test in the end. Only then can you obtain my inheritance." In an instant, the swordsman looked at the others because there was only one person who could obtain the Sky Dragon Sword Saint's inheritance. In that case, other than themselves, everyone else would be their opponents and enemies who would stop them from obtaining the inheritance. The next test is different from the previous 3 tests. You will have to pay with your life. You have one chance to give up. The Sky Dragon Sword Saint lowered his head as if he was looking at ants. His voice was cold and superior. However, no one said that they would give up because everyone wanted to obtain the Sky Dragon Sword Saint's inheritance and reach the top in a single bound. Everyone believed that once they obtained the inheritance of a Sword Saint, even if their original strength was ordinary, they would improve by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. They would become tens of times stronger. Moreover, in the future, they would be able to become stronger at an unimaginable speed and dominate an area, in the face of such a temptation to be above others. So what if their lives were in danger? Now, those who give up can leave from here. The Sky Dragon Sword Saint waved his hand, and a door of light appeared behind everyone. However, no one moved. Since none of you are willing to give up, then enter from here. Where you can go and what you can obtain will depend on you. Whether you can obtain my inheritance will depend on your own luck and ability, the Sky Dragon Sword Saint said. His figure quickly faded and his voice became ethereal. In the end, it seemed to come from the distant horizon. Then, another door of light appeared. It shone with golden light and no one knew where it led to. The Sky Dragon Sword Saint's inheritance will definitely belong to me. Tong Tianming laughed loudly. He carried his sword with both hands and took a step forward. He charged toward the golden door of light and disappeared into it. Lifeless Thorn sneered as he entered the golden door as well. One swordsman after another rushed into the golden door, one after another. Fortunately, the golden door was large enough to allow 7 or 8 swordsmen to enter at the same time. Therefore, there was no crowding and no fighting. Brother Chu, I'm going in too. Whether we can obtain the Sky Dragon Sword Saint's inheritance will depend on our own luck, Shintawudi said with a smile as he charged into the golden door with the rest of the Shinta clan. Very quickly, Chu Mu was the only person left in the spacious hall. Senior, do you think that person was just a spirit? Chu Mu asked through voice transmission. That's right. That's not the real Sky Dragon Sword Saint. It's just a spirit of the Sky Dragon Sword Saint. The Azura sword of Gojoseon's voice sounded. However, even if it's just a spirit of the Sky Dragon Sword Saint, it's still stronger than me. Chu Mu was not surprised by the Azura sword of Gojoseon's words. It was not surprising that the spirit of a sword saint was stronger than the sword of Gojoseon. Senior, have you heard of the Sky Dragon Sword Saint? Chu Mu suddenly asked. He was in no hurry to enter the golden door of light and compete for the Sky Dragon Sword Saint's inheritance. This was because Chu Mu was more clear-headed than others. He knew that it was definitely not easy to obtain the Sky Dragon Sword Saint's inheritance. The first person to enter the golden door of light might not necessarily obtain the inheritance, and the last person to enter might not necessarily be unable to obtain the inheritance. Everything was just as the spirit of the Sky Dragon Sword Saint had said. It depended on one's own luck and ability. I've heard of it. The Sky Dragon Sword Saint was from an earlier era than me. Legend has it that he's a sword saint with the bloodline of a true dragon. Strictly speaking, he's not a pure human, said the Azura sword of Gojoseon, which stunned Chu Mu. He originally thought that the Sky Dragon Sword Saint was just a title, but it seemed that there was another meaning to it. In the ancient Sword Continent, true dragons have long since gone extinct. The current dragons are only pseudo-dragons that contain a portion of the true dragon's bloodline. The Sky Dragon Sword Saint, who possesses a trace of the true dragon's bloodline, possesses an incomparably terrifying strength and a pressure that originates from the depths of his bloodline, causing his strength to be incomparably tyrannical. Even among the sword saints, he is one of the top existences. The Azura sword of Gojoseon's erudition allowed him to understand a lot and explained to Chu Mu one by one. At that time, the Sky Dragon Sword Saint was also one of the very rich sword saints. His Sky Dragon Sword Palace itself is a treasure. So that's how it is. Chu Mu's face was filled with surprise. and he nodded his head. Senior, then in your opinion, is there a treasure here that can allow you to reforge your body? Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. It's extremely difficult to reforge one's body, and the treasures required are all extremely precious and rare. Some of them have even gone extinct. The Asura sort of Gojosian said, for example, the water of the yellow springs, the sand of the gods, or the blood of a true dragon, etc. Using different treasures to reforge one's body will allow one's body to have different abilities. The Asura sword of Gojosian's words once again broadened Chu Mu's horizons. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 545. Taking a step forward. Chu Mu's figure disappeared into the golden door of light. In the next moment, the golden door of light automatically disappeared. In front of him was a corridor of a palace. Bright pearls were embedded in the ceiling every 10 meters, making the corridor as bright as day. Chu Mu did not sense any danger as he strode forward. Not long after, he heard a commotion. Looks like your two families are determined to go against my Shinta family, said Shinta Quangquang coldly. The 5 people from the Shinta family drew their swords and pointed them forward, looking murderous. Humph! From the moment your Shinta family helped that damn thing, you have already set yourself against our 2 families. The Long family's patriarch said gloomily. Commander Longling and the great elder stood beside him, staring at the 5 people from the Shinto family. They maintained a high level of vigilance, surrounded by murderous intent. The Shinto family is already strong enough. These things should be nothing to you. As long as your Shinto family is willing to retreat, our Fan family will definitely not do anything to you. The person in charge of the Fan family this time was not the patriarch of the Fan family, but the great elder of the Fan family. Perhaps because they had 2 more spots than the Long family, for people from the Fan family passed the 3rd round this time. This was a chore hall. There were 2 piles of spirit stones piled up like small mountains. In addition, there were some elixir jade bottles on the shelves and some swords on the shelves. There were upper-grade spirit stones and top-grade spirit stones. Although he didn't know the exact number, it shouldn't be a small amount. Coupled with the elixirs, swords, and so on, it was definitely a huge fortune. The Shun 2 family members were the first to discover this chore hall. However, before they could take action to collect it, the Long and Fan family members had also entered. Hence, in order to compete for the spirit stones, pills, and swords, the 3 parties were at odds with one another. As the Shinta family was the number 1 family in the Jinsha region, they had a deep foundation and powerful strength. It was inevitable that the Long and Fan families would be hostile in private, but they would not show it. And now there were 5 Shinto family members that had entered the Heavenly Dragon Sword Palace. The Fan family had 4, and the Long family had 3. In theory, the Shinto family was the strongest, so they had the highest chance of obtaining the most benefits. As a result, even if they did not obtain the Sword Saint's inheritance, the Shinta family would still be able to advance further due to the benefits they obtained, widening the gap between them and the Fan family and the Long family. This was something that the Fan and Long families would absolutely not allow. Hence, these 2 families temporarily came to an agreement and joined forces to fight against the Shinta family. If they were outside, they would definitely not dare to do so. That was because the Shinta clan had a deep and profound foundation and was extremely mysterious. It was very likely that they would not be a match for the Shinta clan even if they joined forces. However, in this place, sword chi, sword intent, and profound force were all restricted. They could only rely on their bodies and sword techniques. With the Fan and Long clans joining forces against the Shinta clan's 5 people, their chances of victory were not small. Furthermore, the Heavenly Dragon Sword Saint had said that entering the Heavenly Dragon Sword Palace was different from the previous 3 trials. There was danger to one's life. In other words, if one was killed here, one would truly die. As long as the 5 Shinta family members were all killed here, the Shinta family would not know. Furthermore, With the death of the patriarch and eldest young master, as well as the great elder, the Shinto family would be like a headless dragon. They would definitely fall into chaos. At that time, the Fan and Long families would return from a rewarding journey and join forces again. They could completely disintegrate the Shinto family and divide the Shinto family to strengthen themselves. Just thinking about it, what a wonderful ending that would be. The Shinto family members could also think of this. Their faces turned gloomy and extremely ugly. This time it was really dangerous. Woody, once you take action, immediately find a chance to leave this place. It would be best if you can obtain the Sword Saint's inheritance. If you can't, you must find a chance to leave and return to the Shinto family. Do your best to reorganize and prepare to deal with the danger. Shinto Kwangsha whispered to Shinto Woody beside him. As sword chi was restricted, he could not use sword chi to transmit his voice. The Fan and Long family members could not hear him from a distance. Shinto Kwangsha, stop dreaming. I will not let your son go. The Long family's Longling sneered. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. His words caused the Shinto family members' expressions to change. Seeing the Shinto family members' expressions, Longling seemed to be a little proud. Although I can't hear what you are saying, unfortunately I can read lips. Longling's words immediately caused the hearts of the 5 Shinto family members to sink. Reading lips meant that no matter what they said, as long as Longling could see their lips moving, he would know what they were saying. There was no way to keep it a secret, which meant that they had lost the initiative. The 4 Fan family members and the 3 Long family members formed an encirclement, almost blocking the entrance to this side hall. The murderous intent emitted from their bodies was extremely strong. It was oppressive, almost suffocating the Shinto family members. Kill as many as you can. Since the other party could read lips, Shinto Woody did not deliberately lower his voice. Instead, he shouted with murderous intent. The only thing they could do now was to fight to the death for a chance of survival. As long as one of them could rush out of here, they could immediately find a way out of the Heavenly Dragon Sword Hall and return to the Shinto family. That was the most important thing. With the determination to cut off all means of retreat, the 5 Shinto family members calmed down. However, the aura on their bodies became more condensed. The murderous intent was intense, causing the 7 Fan and Long family members to feel some fear. Everyone, we have the advantage. Fight steadily and kill all 5 of them. The Long family's patriarch sneered. Of course. The Fan family's great elder laughed. Swords were drawn and bows were drawn. The battle was on the verge of erupting. It was like a string that had been stretched to its limit. The slightest touch would break it. Strong murderous auras collided. The surrounding air became as thick as water, suffocating. Suddenly, a series of light footsteps sounded. It was rhythmic, and the rhythm seemed to contain a unique charm. It instantly broke the suffocating atmosphere. Someone else has appeared. The Long and Fan family members' expressions changed drastically, while the Shinto family members revealed a trace of joy. No matter who it was, as long as someone else appeared, they could break the current situation. It was a good thing for the Shinto family, but it was not necessarily a good thing for the Fan and Long families. A figure appeared at the entrance of the branch hall. His appearance was clearly seen by everyone. "It's you!" The Long family's patriarch exclaimed. Immediately his murderous aura soared. "Good, you came at the right time. I was worried about where to find you. I didn't expect you to come here yourself. You and the Shinto family will be eliminated together. Patriarch, leave him to me." Longling licked his lips and grinned. His gaze towards Chu-Mu was filled with ferocity, as if he was staring at his prey. "Kill him as soon as possible. The situation might change if we delay." Although the Long family's patriarch wanted to ruthlessly torture Chu-Mu, there were too many variables here. It was better to kill him as soon as possible. "Patriarch, don't worry. I know what I'm doing." Longling grinned as he walked towards Chu-Mu. "Brother Chu, Leave quickly, Shintawudi roared. Although Chu Mu's swordsmanship was very powerful, Long Ling had been in seclusion for 20 years. No one knew how good his swordsmanship was now. Subconsciously, Shintawudi felt that this was a dangerous situation. He hoped that Chu Mu could leave this place and bring back the news that the Fan and Long families had joined forces to deal with the Shinta family. Go, I'll see where you can go. Long Ling's footsteps sped up. Like a wheel, it was as if it was flying. It charged towards Chu Mu like a gust of wind and stabbed its sword forward. The sword light was like a venomous snake that flew out of the darkness. It opened its mouth and revealed its venomous fangs, biting towards Chu Mu's neck. Before the sword light arrived, the sharp and gloomy killing intent made one's hair stand on end. When the sword light was 3 inches away from Chu Mu's neck, Long Ling twisted his wrist, and the sword light instantly changed. It was like splashing ink covering the surrounding space. It made Chu Mu feel that there was nowhere to hide. Within the splashing ink of the sword light, there were streaks of sharpness that were like the fangs of a venomous snake. Chu Mu only felt an itch on his neck. It was a little painful, as if it had been pierced. In an instant, Chu Mu determined that Long Ling's swordsmanship was much more profound than the guardian of the 3rd stage. As spectators, whether they were from the Shinta family, Fan family, or Long family, they only felt a chill on their necks. Brother Chu, be careful! Shintawudi's expression changed drastically. He could not help but remind him. Commander Long Ling has been in seclusion for 20 years. His swordsmanship has become several times more profound. The Long family patriarch laughed. The Fan family patriarch frowned. Chu Mu seemed to be unable to dodge. He stood there in a daze, waiting for Long Ling's sword light to arrive. In the eyes of others, it would only take a breath's time for Chu Mu's neck to be pierced by Long Ling's sword light, killing him on the spot. Suddenly, everyone felt a blur in front of their eyes. It was as if a blurry sword light had streaked across like a dream. Long Ling's splashing ink of the sword light instantly dissipated. The sword light hidden within the sword light, like a venomous snake's fang, also stopped an inch away from Chu Mu's neck. It was as if it had exhausted all its strength and could not advance any further. Long Ling's eyes were wide open, almost protruding out. He was filled with disbelief. His mouth was wide open as if he wanted to shout something, but he could not make a sound. There was a wound on his neck that was bleeding profusely. With a bang, Long Ling fell forward. Blood flowed down, dyeing the ground around his neck red. The smell of blood permeated the air. Commander Long Ling. The Long family patriarch was shocked. Their expressions turned ugly. He's dead. The Fan family patriarch was in a daze. Chu, Brother Chu. Shintawudi seemed to have turned into a wooden puppet. The Shinto family patriarch was also in a daze. Everything that had happened before their eyes was completely out of their expectations. Chu Mu, who should have died under Long Ling's sword, was still alive. However, the insufferably arrogant Long Ling was dead, lying in front of Chu Mu. This scene was so unbelievable that everyone could not react for a moment. Their minds were still stuck at the moment when Long Ling's splashing ink sword light was about to pierce Chu Mu. Instant kill with one sword. Who else wants to die? Chu Mu's gaze moved away from the corpses on the ground and swept towards the Long and Fan family patriarchs. His calm voice suddenly rang out. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 546. Chu Mu's calm voice echoed with the corpse at his feet, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. A kind of horror was born from the bottom of their hearts. Could it be that the blurry, dreamlike sword light they had seen just now was made by Chu Mu? Inconceivable, too inconceivable. What kind of profound swordsmanship was needed to do that? Everyone, we must join forces and kill him first. The Long family head suddenly shouted. Otherwise, there will be no end of trouble. The 4 swordsmen of the Fan family were quick-witted and immediately understood the Long family head's meaning. If Chu Mu did not die, the Shinta family might join forces with Chu Mu. When that happened, they would be in danger. Stop them. Shinta Kwangsha's reaction was extremely fast. With a roar, he drew his sword. The sword light was like a gale, sweeping up yellow sand that filled the sky. Shinta Wudi and the Shinta family elders also drew their swords. They did not aim to kill the enemy, but only to stop 5 of them. The 6th person was left to Chu Mu to deal with. He could kill him in an instant, just like how he had killed Longling's death. By Chu Mu's sword gave the Shinta family great hope. However, the Shinta family was still a step too slow. The swords of the Long family head, Long family great elder, and the 4 swordsmen of the Fan family were all aimed at Chu Mu. They were even closer, and with their full strength, they appeared in front of Chu Mu in the blink of an eye. The sword light was either like an endless stream of water, or like a raging inferno. It was also as fast and sharp as a gale, or as violent and powerful as thunder. The 6 swordsmen were at least in their 50s. They had been immersed in swordsmanship for decades, and their attainments were not low. At this moment, they attacked with their full strength in an attempt to kill Chu Mu in one strike. The 6 sword light, 6 different styles, and the same intense killing intent bloomed in this side hall. Their target was none other than Chu Mu. In an instant, Chu Mu felt 6 completely different auras lock onto him. Some were continuous, some were blazing, some were violent, and some were sharp. Every single one of them contained shocking killing intent. Chu Mu's cold expression did not change. He drew his sword with lightning speed, and a cold sword light swept out. Then he sheathed his sword. The patriarch of the Long clan, the great elder of the Long clan, and the 4 members of the Fan clan all paused, maintaining their sword stances. They surrounded Chu Mu, but their swords did not fall. Their faces were filled with disbelief, and their eyes were filled with horror and shock. Subconsciously, they reached out to wipe their throats, only to feel a little moist. When they looked at it again, a glaring scarlet color made them feel dizzy. It was blood, their own blood. With great difficulty, they looked at Chu Mu. The 6 of them only felt that Chu Mu's figure had become blurry, as if he was flying away. Then, his figure swayed and fell to the side. Shinta Kwangsha and the other 4 sword light had just arrived. Having lost their target, the sword light missed. The 5 of them hurriedly withdrew their swords and stood there in a daze. The scene before their eyes made their brains stop working. 1 sword. With just 1 sword, Chu Mu had killed 6 Origin Realm experts from the Long clan and the Fan clan. Was this a dream? Shinta Wudi subconsciously pinched his cheeks. The pain woke him up. Only then did he realize that it was not an illusion. It was real. Chu Mu had really killed 6 experts with 1 sword. Taking a deep breath, Shinta Wudi shook his head with all his might, trying to dispel this unreal feeling. Truly terrifying swordsmanship. Shinta Kwangsha also woke up and sighed heavily. There was a hint of fear in his tone. Fortunately, Elder Chu is our Shinta clan's guest elder. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to sit still. The Shinta clan's grand elder smiled bitterly. That's right. The other elders echoed one after another. They looked at Chu Mu with deep reverence. They had seen the life and death battle between Chu Mu and Long Yi. They believed that in terms of overall strength, other than the clan head and grand elder, they wouldn't surpass Chu Mu by much. However, in terms of swordsmanship, Chu Mu had left them in the dust by a few counties. To be able to kill Longling and 6 experts from the Long clan and the Fan clan in 1 sword strike, and that was under the circumstances where they had used their full strength. In other words, Chu Mu also had the strength to kill them. The strong were always revered. Obviously, in terms of swordsmanship, Chu Mu was fully deserving of the title of a strong expert. Elder Chu, if you hadn't appeared in time, I'm afraid the 5 of us wouldn't have been able to survive. Shinta Kwangsha said seriously. Since I'm the Shinta clan's guest elder, it's only right that I do what I can. Chu Mu said. Even so, Elder Chu has indeed saved our lives, Shinta Kwangsha insisted. He had his own principles. It's hard to repay the kindness of saving our lives. These 7 people were killed by Elder Chu, so their belongings are Elder Chu's spoils of war. As for the spirit stones and elixirs here, they will be distributed according to Elder Chu's wishes. In this way, the initiative was in Chu Mu's hands. At this time, even if Chu Mu proposed that all the spirit stones and elixirs belonged to him, the Shinta clan would not raise any objections. Of course, it was inevitable that they would have objections in their hearts. We'll split them equally, Chu Mu said directly. Shinta Kwangsha and the others smiled. According to their thinking, even if Chu Mu proposed to take all the treasures, they would not refuse, because the words had already been spoken. However, they would definitely have some objections in their hearts. A trace of objection buried in their hearts would accumulate as time passed, and eventually become a point of conflict. Chu Mu's proposal to split the treasures equally won a great deal of goodwill from the Shinta clan. If it wasn't for Elder Chu, not only would we not have obtained any treasures, we might even have died here. Therefore, let's split these spirit stones and elixirs equally, Shinta Kwangsha said with a smile. Sure. Chu Mu could not be bothered to decline such a matter. He had already expressed his sincerity. Before the distribution, he had to sort it out first. Chu Mu removed the top-grade spatial bracelets from the 7 corpses of the Long and Fan clan. He did not examine them for the time being, and kept them all in his spatial ring. The Shinta clan people checked the 2 small hill-like piles of spirit stones, elixirs, and swords. After a while, the statistics were out. Elder Chu, there are a total of 3. 22 million high-grade spirit stones and 8 million top-grade spirit stones. An elder of the Shinta clan with an extremely strong calculation ability said. As for elixirs, there are a total of 13 types, each with different effects. There are 12 bottles at most and 2 bottles at least. In addition, there are 33 royal grade swords. Give me half of the spirit stones and half of the elixirs, Chu Mu said. His gaze slowly swept across the 33 royal grade swords, and he tapped them lightly. Those 3 swords are mine. The rest are yours. The value of the royal grade swords was not low. There were 33 of them, and Chu Mu could have obtained 16 or 17. However, it was useless to him no matter how many swords he took. Therefore, he only chose the best 3 of the 33 swords. The Shinta clan did not say anything else. As a large clan, they indeed needed the royal grade swords, especially the swords left behind by a sword saint. Perhaps in the eyes of a sword saint, they were nothing, but to them these were the best of the best royal grade swords, and their value was extraordinary. Not long after, the spirit stones, elixirs, and swords were divided. Chu Mu had a spatial ring, and the space inside was extremely large. He could store as much as he wanted, and it was like a bottomless pit. This made the 5 Shinto clan people very surprised. However, Chu Mu's talent was outstanding, and his swordsmanship was unfathomable and terrifying. It was normal for him to have some secrets. Therefore, although the Shinta clan people were curious, they did not intend to probe further. In the end, Chu Mu obtained 61 million high-grade spirit stones, 900,000 supreme-grade spirit stones, and 13 types of elixirs. Because the number of each type of elixir was different, Chu Mu was given 6 bottles at most and 1 bottle at least. There were also 3 of the best royal grade swords. 900,000 supreme-grade spirit stones were equivalent to 9 million high-grade spirit stones. This greatly increased Chu Mu's wealth. The 13 types of elixirs were also extraordinary. There was the Great Recovery Elixir that could allow a primary realm swordsman to recover his sword yuan in a short period of time. There was also the Yang Recovery Elixir that could heal internal injuries. There was also the recovery elixir that specialized in external injuries. There was also the life recovery elixir that could save a primary realm swordsman from the brink of death. Other than that, there were other types of elixirs that did not need to be listed one by one. As for the 3 best royal grade swords, they were not inferior to the 8-sided Sky Desolation sword that Chu Mu had personally forged. Due to the uniqueness of the Sky Desolation Sword Yuan, only the Sky Desolation sword could completely withstand it. If other swords were infused with the Sky Desolation Sword Yuan, they would be damaged. The degree of damage was related to the quality of the sword, the time and intensity of the Sky Desolation Sword Yuan. Chu Mu possessed the Deshang's dual sword arts, which allowed him to wield swords with both hands at the same time. This allowed his strength to increase exponentially. In the past, many swords were suitable for the dual sword arts, but now that he had the Sky Desolation Sword Yuan, only the Sky Desolation sword was the most suitable. The reason why Chu Mu chose these 3 best royal grade swords was so that he could occasionally use the dual sword arts. Normally, he would not use the dual sword arts, only when he was facing a strong enemy. The 3 best royal grade swords were enough for him to use as a substitute. This trip to the Sky Dragon Sword Hall seems to be filled with danger. If we are not careful, we might be killed. Shinto Kwangsha sighed. Elder Chu, Sword Yuan, Sword Intent, and esoteric power cannot be used here. Your sword arts can be said to be unparalleled, but there are others whose sword arts are stronger than those of the Long and Fan family. Why don't we move together and look after each other? As for the Sword Saint's inheritance, it would be best if we have the opportunity to obtain it. If not, our Shinto family does not dare to force it. After this incident, Shinto Kwangsha had a deeper understanding of this trip and understood the difficulty of obtaining the inheritance. Therefore, he changed his mind. As long as they could obtain more spirit stones, pills, and other such treasures, it would be fine. These were all necessary items for the family to develop and strengthen. The more, the better. All right. Chu Mu thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. However, I may leave alone at any time. All right. Shinto Kwangsha did not hesitate. Chu Mu was originally only a guest elder of the Shinto family, so he had a lot of freedom. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation.